Let's get ready to RPG!
RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG!
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Knights of Last Call. It is late night at Knights of Last Call. Had a long evening. Tim and I, that's right, Gwildor of Gwildor fame. Also played Breck, Quest for the Frozen Flame. Something you guys know, Tim. He and I took in a hockey game. The Cleveland Monsters, the AHL team, local to our environment, are in the playoffs, and tonight was game one. They won. It was 3-3 after 3 periods, tie. They went into the overtime, and the Monsters score a nice, sick little goal. So, welcome back, everybody. So tonight, late night tonight, is driven partially, of course, by need, but also by you, the patrons, at least. The patrons have decided to vote on this topic, but I included this topic, so this wasn't the patrons voted for this topic, but they did not write this topic. And the topic was workshopping, which apparently I misspelled in the thumbnail. Now that's going to bother me, so gotta fix that. Jesus Christ, thank you, Beowulf. Also, why is it not late night? Look, it can't always be late night, but Roll for Combat says, it seems now that I am not working that I am more busy than ever. That actually feels like that is actually true. I got to hustle. Trying to hustle. I'm still trying to finish the thing for you, Stephen. All right. I apparently misspelled workshop. And you know what? I'll put late night knight just because, I want to get it right. So where did this where did this come from? So we were supposed to have a normal stream tonight, and of course it got late because we were at the hockey game and it was a lot of fun. But I still want to have a stream anyways, and so here we are. Okay, I'm just updating my thumbnail so that it is not mistaken. Okay, there we go. We're better now. All right. So that's right. We're the 24/7 KLLC channel, Jack. All TTRPGs all the time. Also, we had a super chat from Cyber, which we'll get to in a second. Twitch chats aren't coming through. Oh, I didn't pop it out. That's why. My bad. Okay. People in Twitch, say something. Hopefully that'll come through. There we go. Still getting used to the new workflow, okay? So there we go. So I think we'll get into this. We'll probably get to the whiteboard here in a second. But I want to talk about context. So this workshopping stream, if you will, is really about me having a practical problem and trying to solve it in a way that makes sense. And works within the context and within the confines of Pathfinder 2. That's the key. I don't want to just make up something that's completely crazy and out of left field just to fix what I perceive as a problem. And the reason why this was an option is because Northern Reaches has had a huge spike in new people playing. So we have over 100 players who are signed up for our Northern Reaches campaign, and I feel like I should do my part now that I'm not working, and man the helm and run some games. Now I've run games in the past, mostly raids in Northern Reaches, but I've never really sat down and actually run a complete adventure series. And I've always one of the things that we originally intended to do with Northern Reaches was actually to promote GMs to create dungeons. And the reason is because Northern Reaches, I hesitate to call it a Western March because there's some elements of it that aren't West Marchy. But one of the things, for the one main thing, is like there's no real overland movement. But the one thing about it is the idea that we wanted multiple groups of people to explore a DM's dungeon. And that the idea of a GM kind of having ownership of a dungeon environment, and that it would take multiple groups maybe of different players. It's not the same 5 PCs going into the same dungeon every time. It's 5 PCs, and then the next time that they go back, it's only one of the PCs from the original group, and he's bringing in a new group to go tackle some other area that he uncovered or that she heard a rumor about or learned about during her last exploration of the dungeon. And to keep that up, not necessarily forever, in a mega dungeon sense, but certainly in a long enough time period that you have multiple people experiencing the same dungeon on slightly different axes or slightly different parameters, and that their combined interactions create the experience of the dungeon. And you're seeing this on a very micro scale if you're a patron and you're watching both groups go through the Halls of Foundation, the Tall Amroth, in our Torchbearer game, because I'm running 2 groups through the same dungeon. So, because of the success of Northern Reaches, I was like, and of course, obviously between Torchbearer and Shadowdeep, I've been thinking very dungeony. But also there's a lot of practical value, I believe, to dungeons, especially in a game like Pathfinder 2, where I think that I own these 2, but I do not own the Neverland one. Is green. That's why that's showing up like that, by the way. But I do not own Wonderland yet. But the problem is, it's like Tetris in that you build the dungeon however you want. I am, generally speaking, not a fan, mostly, of procedurally generated random type dungeons. I don't know exactly what Wonderland is doing, but most of the time I think that those are crap. Not always, but mostly. I think they kind of are. I think dungeons are better when they are designed with a plan in mind, and there's this idea of interlocking and interdependency that I think randomness misses. And I think, honestly, is part of the reason why dungeons have been given a bad name over the years, is because of these kind of badly designed randomizers. To make a long story short. Any case, the problem is, so we did this for Pathfinder 2, and then mostly people didn't really do it in Northern Reaches, but now I want to do it. And I'm once again finding myself faced with a problem, which I have faced numerous times. I've faced this, Aaron has faced this in his Dark of Winter campaign. I have faced this in my Abomination Vaults campaign. I have faced this in numerous campaigns, which is, it is kind of fundamentally difficult to use, I believe, the core Pathfinder 2nd Edition rules to do what I consider to be dungeon exploration. And there's some controversial opinions in there, and I'm sure there's going to be some disagreements. But I think that the philosophy of the game is that it is not designed for the classic resource depletion style mechanics that dungeons are, that really make dungeons hum as a gameplay space. And we can discuss some of the particular elements of that, but in core essence, I think the problem is that the game, and we see that in the way that the adventures are written, right? Like, a lot of people point to stuff that they should use in to make dungeons better, and even stuff I've advised in the past, like random encounters or whatever like that. And I just wonder how if that really is a correct, is that really a solution? Oh, look at that. We've got a bot in chat. Can I kill this bot? Nope. I do not know how to kill that bot. I would think that they would give me some sort of moderator access to do something with this. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Warn, timeout, ban. There we go. Okay. We fight for the user. No, I do not want to buy users. I'm finally making it on Twitch. They're like, oh, this person doesn't completely suck.
Darth Glock tipped
Well,
$40. Answer to the question, yes and no. End stream.
Well, Darth Gorlock, I think you're partially correct. We had another super chat from Cybersmith. So right now, I tend to agree with Darth Gorlock, which is yes and no, and the stream. So I do want to highlight the super chat from Cybersmith. I think the first one did not get caught in my overlay, so I'll read it out here. So our first super chat was from Cybersmith. He said, well, this is a surprise. I think PF2E absolutely can support it, and a lot of its features, i.e., exploration actions like search, reinforce and improve on Beck-Me style, describing poking every stone with a stick. Yes and no. I think that what you call improving on that, I think is actually sort of is actually a not improvement. I think it basically takes most of the player activity out of the dungeon exploration and turns it into a PC activity only. And I don't know that I'm a big supporter of that. And again, my goal here is to not I could easily rebuild Pathfinder 2nd Edition and use things from Torchbearer, and then it would quote unquote work. But at that point, what are we doing here? You know. So Cybersmith had a second super chat, and he said, in my opinion, Pathfinder 2 dungeons depend on time management. I agree. And tracking the cost of things in time. That trap didn't really cost you 30 hit points. It cost you the 20 minutes it took to heal the 30 hit points back. Dungeons are 4D, not 3D. Time is a resource. And this is kind of one of the fundamental problems that we have with dungeon exploration. And again, this is a workshop. I'm actually going to try to sort of solve this issue. I don't know if we'll actually succeed, but we'll try. So let's go to this. Remember, twitch.tv.nightslastcall if you're not already there. So let's bring up... Find this thing when I need it. That's right. It's Wacom time. All right. All right. Look at some of these. Look at some of these old ass whiteboard elements. We've really covered it all, haven't we? All right. Let's bring up the whiteboard. Let's format the background to dark. Yeah, we'll just make it solid. Okay. I love how everyone is untitled. Yes, so we're bad at titling things. What can I say? All right, are we good here? All right, we are good here. Okay. So, first things first. So, let's also just remember some of the fundamental, in my opinion, some of the fundamental concepts of what we're trying to do and what we're trying to understand with like how a dungeon tension works. And also understand this in the context of why modern games kind of fail. Because Cybersmith is quite right, which is, at the end of the day, in a classic D&D game, all right, we have ultimately this one truly important resource, which is HP. So I'm trying to understand. So we're going to start off with the OG. Okay, this is how D&D and D20 based games were originally created or designed. Is the idea that hit points are an ablative, strategic resource. So let's consider a couple of things here in an original D&D sense. Number one, you did not have access to non-magical healing, essentially. If your character rested, you recovered something like 1 hit point per day. This means that if your character were to lose, say, 30 or 40 hit points, it might take 30 or 40 days for your character to recover from hit points, or recover to full. So hit points were not something that was supposed to go up and down and up and down and up and down and up and down. Sometimes not even within a day. They were supposed to be this long-term resource, certainly over numerous, multiple encounters in a given day. And this means that a encounter, and let's just call a spade a spade. Let's just assume it's a combat encounter. An encounter, and let's say that we could figure this out. Let's say that old school D&D was actually balanced to the point where we would actually could say this with a certain degree of certainty. But again, if you look at the math and you look at the numbers and you look at stuff, it is quite right that let's say that an encounter, we're third level PCs, we're playing some sort of old school D&D game, and we encounter a group of hobgoblins or something like that. That encounter is going to, at best, cost us 5% of our hit points. And let's say that within a reasonable degree of certitude, 25% of our hit points is the most we would lose in that encounter. You understand what I'm trying to say here? Yes, technically there exists a world where you never hit and the monsters never miss, and your characters technically lose 100% of their hit points in one fight. And by the way, this is a 5% to 25% of your base hit points. Okay, so if you have 100 hit points, which obviously you would not, we're talking about that in this encounter, people are going to lose 5 to 25 hit points. And the initial thought, and this 25, by the way, is like kind of the worst case scenario. This is unlikely to happen. This is like the event where you did really badly and they did really well. And, now, if you're looking at this, encounter, you might think to yourself, okay, so what's the point of this encounter then? If this encounter basically cannot kill you, what is even the point of this encounter? And the reason is because, like I said before, you do not have access to short rests. You do not have access to healing surges. You do not have access to the treat wounds skill or focused spells that heal. Even the cleric's ability to cure wounds is from a very, very limited list or a capacity of spell slots. So what this means is that one encounter probably is not going to actually hurt you or kill you. In fact, it may take several encounters. Now, maybe the next encounter is a little bit tougher, and it's 10% to 35% of our hit points, 10 to 35. And what really breaks us down isn't the individual encounter. It's the number of encounters that slowly whittle our hit points ever increasing downwards. And sure, as we lose hit points, we are getting technically, more and more danger. But assuming that we are fighting monsters of a reasonable, we're in a dungeon, so the monsters should be within a expected level range. It's kind of one of the core assumptions of a dungeon, that if we're level 3, again, levels and CR were kind of a pseudoscience back then. But the idea is that we're going to be fighting, between levels 2 and level 4 monsters, level 2, 3, and 4. The idea is that the first encounter, the second encounter, the third encounter, the fourth encounter, okay, by the time we get to the fourth encounter, our characters who started at 100 hit points now are going into encounter number 5, and we are at 20 HP. And for the first time, assuming that this fight could do between 5 to 25 damage, and that's at the high end, we are at the first time potentially about to die. And so this actually kind of sheds a light on why you died at 0 hit points. Because being at 5 to 25 hit points, okay, out of 100, is like the equivalent of being like at -5 hit points, or like dying 2, or like dying 3, right? Because it's like you're still alive, but your character is basically so beat up at this point that now the dungeon could kill you. And I should also point out that throughout the course of this dungeon, in the old school sense, we were here to get treasure, or if that offends your sensibilities, we were here to accomplish our goal. And it was treasure, or our goal, that got us experience points. And that meant that fundamentally these combat encounters were draining us of these hit points, but not necessarily putting us any closer towards getting treasure or accomplishing our goal. I should also throw in that this doesn't have to be a combat encounter. This is also why traps sucked, because a trap might come out of nowhere. It might deal 25 hit points of damage to you out of our 100, and it gives you nothing. There was no CR for traps. There was no level for traps. There was no XP for traps. Traps sucked. You wanted to avoid them. And so, you know, GM Scott said, I believe, death by 1,000 cuts. And I apologize. There's a lot of good stuff in chat, but I'm kind of whiteboarding. And the idea is that you had this slow depletion of your resources over the day. And finally, as you got towards the end of the day, you became into this danger zone, right? So there was this idea of attrition wearing you down. You are confusing that with 3rd edition. 3rd edition traps had a CR. So, well, why is this relevant? Well, the reason why it's relevant, and I've seen this, and again, I'm not necessarily saying that this is right or wrong, but and I'm guesstimating here, but there exists a 2x2 grid, okay, where you have PC. What do we want to call this? Okay, we'll call it PC strength on the x-axis, and we'll call it player ability on the y-axis. Okay, and what I mean by PC strength is you have characters in Pathfinder 2, and it doesn't take a lot. Okay, but as long as you have, you know, an 18 in your primary stat, you're making sure that you have some of the quote-unquote good skills, that you're taking some of the good spells, that you're, you know, you're wearing the right type of armor for your class and armor proficiency, right? You've got something close to, you know, 15 plus mods or 16 plus mod. That's what you need to be over here, right? On the on this side of the axis, right? It's hard to make a quote-unquote bad PC in Pathfinder 2. So for the most part, now some people might make their meme builds, and that might, you know, arguably start to straddle the line. And I've certainly seen Pathfinder 2 characters played up at my local shop. You know, then Pathfinder Society, it's like the fighter with an 18 strength, but they're wearing leather armor because that's what their character build is about. And you're like, oh, what's their dex? And it's like their dex is 12 and they're wearing leather armor. And you're like, okay, you know, they're starting to shade this way. But for the most part, I'm assuming, by the way, we're talking about Pathfinder 2 here, but fundamentally I'm talking about Northern Reaches. I'm assuming that most of the people that are going to be built in Pathfinder in Northern Reaches are going to be PCs of some amount of strength. Okay. Then there's the player ability. And this is basically, you know, are you doing the stuff that Pathfinder 2 wants you to do? Are you flanking? Are you, you know, are you using spells to maximize your status bonuses, your circumstance bonuses? Have you taken, you know, good decisions in your actions that you're taking during combat? Have you put together a party that can handle a bunch of stuff? And again, for the most part, I think most Northern Reaches players are going to occupy this part of the quadrant. So fundamentally, I think most of the people that I'm talking about here are going to be in the upper right quadrant. They're going to have PCs of above average to, exceeds PC build strength. And they're going to be played by people who mostly interact with and use the mechanics of the game to their advantage. All right, so that's my first assumption. But, so within that context, I'm going to say that trivial, low, moderate, severe, extreme. Now, when I say casualty, I either mean a PC dies or actually has a substantial chance of dying. Like, if somebody gets to dying 3 and then makes a save and doesn't die, like I consider that was kind of a scary moment. Okay, not necessarily a TPK. Played at this level, this upper quadrant of skill, I am going to assume that the PC lethality rate, the PC casualty rate for these 5 types of encounter are something on the order of 0%, 0%, 0% with an asterisk, 3%, well, maybe I was 3 to 5%, and then extreme is maybe like 5% to 15%. All right. So played by smart people who are, and the reason why I put an asterisk here, are going into a fight at full HP and with a reasonable amount, which means, at least a couple of either their first/second rank spells, meaning their highest and their next highest, right? The first highest and the second highest rank spells, if you are a spellcaster. So if you have a party which has like 2 or 3 spell slot casters and they are all out of their, they're all out of their fireballs, they're all out of their second level spells, all they have left is a couple of first level spell slots, and you have the fighter who has 50% hit points going into the fight, then this doesn't matter. These don't really matter. So, but for the most part, I think that characters have a very, very low chance of actually suffering from any sort of casualty in Pathfinder 2, if you give them the ability to heal up and you have all this other stuff. Now, this is already at sort of an odds, because you might say, okay, but a combat is going to drain a certain amount of resources from your characters, and that is true. However, the main reason that is a problem is that even a moderate fight in Pathfinder 2, remember how we were talking about like a standard encounter might be like 5% to 25%? All right, this is what we called like an on-level encounter. So this is the old school equivalent of a moderate fight, 5% to 25%. In Pathfinder 2, a moderate fight could easily take you for 50% to 80% of your character's hit points. A severe fight could easily take you for 60% to 100% of your hit points. Right? So the problem here is that because the game of Pathfinder 2 was built under the assumption, which is not an incorrect assumption, by the way. And the reason I know that this is not an incorrect assumption is because I saw it all the time in 3rd edition and Pathfinder 1, which begat Pathfinder 2, which is that given the ability to heal to full, characters will always take the opportunity to do so. This led in 3rd edition and Pathfinder 1 to what was commonly referred to as Cure Light Wound Wand Spam. And the assumption was that your characters were always going to heal to full. You were going to find a way to heal to full every single time. And players did it. It's like the old adage of like, what's the best place to store your water in the desert? In you. Drink it, don't store it. And because these new characters had such wealth of ability to heal, because of Cure Light Wounds wands, because of spell-like abilities, because of lots of spell slots, you name it, potions. And this is, by the way, ignoring the 15-minute adventuring day. So let's ignore the 15-minute adventuring day for a minute. This meant that in Pathfinder 1, you had a problem. The CR system and all of its component bases were still based off of this old school mentality that it was going to be new, that in any one individual encounter was never really going to kill you, ever. But you can imagine how if you're running this type of encounter, but then players are healing to full at the end of every fight, then no fight will ever possibly be challenging. So what did people do in 3rd edition? They threw the equivalent of extreme plus fights at their parties because they knew as a GM that the party was going to essentially be at full hit points for every single fight. They were going to use their magical abilities, their spells, their magic items, their potions, their wands, their scrolls, and they were going to be at full hit points. So in that respect, being at full hit points kind of became the default assumption, and the game kind of almost, it felt like a tax, and it felt pointless. So Pathfinder 2nd edition made the decision to say, look, if that's how people are going to play the game anyways, then let's design our game and let's design our combat system and let's design our balance around the assumption, which is not crazy, that characters will be at full hit points and have a reasonable set of abilities regardless of how many encounters they have been in before. And rather than tax them or punish them or require them to have clerics with spell slots, let's give them access to things like treat wounds, or focus-based medicine that will, given sufficient time, and actually, in a weird way, a sort of quasi-weird simulationist way, because Pathfinder 2 couldn't fully embrace the gamist conceit that people need to be at full hit points. And so it has this weird 10-minute treat wounds thing, which is an hour until you get the actual feat. And we're going to give them the ability to heal up to full. Now, and we'll assume, and the balance will be based around this idea that everyone's playing to full. Now, I know that there are people out there who say, I don't let my people rest, and we'll get to that in a second. But what I have found, more or less, is that this has led, especially in northern reaches, people to tend towards extreme fights. And the reason is because they actually want something that is going to, because if you go in old school D&D, rightfully so. Now, I know there's a lot of assumptions about old school D&D, that it was fantasy fucking Vietnam, but it really wasn't. And I cannot stress this enough. I remember playing, I know, maybe BX D&D or something, and Smith's level 2 character had gotten, I don't think it was full plate. I think he had gotten plate mail, which made his AC like 3. And he had like a shield and a helm, or maybe it was like a +1 shield. His AC was like 1, which in D&D terms, or like, it might have been 0. I don't know. It was like 1 or 0. And he was level 9 or level 2. And in D&D terms, in modern terms, that's like AC 19 or AC 20. And I'm looking at my monsters, and they have like +1 to hit. So these monsters literally needed 18s to hit him. So for the most part, he was really, I mean, he was kind of immune to their damage. Now, don't get me wrong. You know, occasionally a blow would sneak through and he'd take D4 damage or something like that. And his, 11 hit points became 9. And then his, 9 hit points became, 3. And remember back then, critical hits didn't do double damage. You didn't have this kind of weird, crazy swinginess like you have nowadays. So these characters were actually surprisingly robust. But what would happen is you would go into a fight knowing, kind of, essentially, that you weren't going to die. But the reason why you still cared what happened and you didn't snooze through it, okay, is because you knew that it was death by attrition. It was death by 1,000 cuts. Yes, I am going to make it out of this fight almost assuredly alive. But it's a big difference if I get hit 0 times and lose no hit points versus I get hit 3 times and I lose 30% of my hit points because I've got the whole day to go. Right? I don't want to blow my hit point load so early because I've got a long way. I got a long day of adventuring ahead of me, and I need to make these hit points last. So I can't speak for, I can't speak for everybody here, but for the most part, my group, when I was playing as a player, when I was GMing as a GM, if the players fought what was equivalently a moderate encounter in Pathfinder 2, most of the time they were kind of like, this is kind of a waste of time. This is not going to kill us. And it's going to suck up a ton of our hit points. Because even though it's moderate, the game is basically based on this assumption that hit points are more like, instead of going from 100 to 80, from 80 to 50, from 50 to 40, from 40 to 20, from 20 to 5, beep, 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 5, you're dead. Instead, it's like they go from 100 to 20, you got healed, back to 85, down to 0, you're dying, boom, you get hit with another heal, boom, you're back up, you're at 65, down to 35, down to 5, oh my God, you won the fight, yeah, and you're back to 100. And it's very exciting and swingy, and it feels like you could die at any minute. But if you play the game for a long enough period of time, you kind of know that that's not going to happen for the most part. So, so this style becomes very problematic. Now, ultimately, there's another dilemma that I'm not going to, dungeons presumed that you were going to have multiple encounter days. In fact, the whole goal of your adventuring day was how many, you really didn't want to have encounters. I mean, if you could, you avoid them. They weren't really worth anything, not too much. Certainly they were worth some experience points, but they were not worth the risk of dying or risk of losing resources. Treasure didn't fight back, right? Unless it was a mimic, and now you get to, you can understand why mimics were a thing back then. But the idea that you would have, there's a lot of APs and a lot of people's adventures where you are essentially going to have one fight in the whole day, right? The classic AP is, you're on the journey from the town to the adventure site. And, along the way, there's a scripted encounter here. Maybe it's a multi-day journey and there's another fight here, but, they're separated by, several days of journeying. So that means that this one fight, not only are you definitely going to have time after the fight, but you're going to be able to, have a long rest. You're going to be healed to full, get all your spells back. Now, consider that same situation in old school D&D, where you didn't heal to full at the end of every night. You got 1 hit point back. So if you took damage on the way to the adventure site, that was just hit points that you weren't going to be able to spend at the adventure site. And you might say, well, who cares? The reason you cared is because the shit that you fought on the way to the dungeon had basically no treasure or was not tied to your goal. No treasure meant no money, meant no XP. And so the fights that you encountered on the way to the adventure site, and yes, the fights that you encountered on the way back from the adventure site, were just wasted time. All it did was drain your hit points, eventually get to the point where it could potentially threaten your character's life and offer you almost nothing in return. And because those hit points and lost resources were difficult, if not impossible to get back, you really wanted to avoid these / do everything that you can. So, Keith says, so always run. Fleeing is certainly a viable option. And the old rules for D&D included flight rules, fleeing rules. Games like Dragonbane include fleeing rules and stuff like that. So, now granted, sometimes, my point is, why would you fight this thing, right? It doesn't make any sense. Some of the reason that we fight things is because we've just been programmed to fight things, because fighting things is what gives us experience points. And the reason why fighting things is what gives us experience points is because when they started converting D&D into video games, they didn't really have the technology to sort of make it so that you could encounter things and run away from them and then find their treasure, and the treasure gives you XP. So the only thing that the video games could do was give you XP for killing monsters. And that just became the way that the games worked, right? And so from Final Fantasy to, Eye of the Beholder to Diablo, we just got used to when you kill the monster, you get experience points. When you kill the monster, you get experience points. So we have another super chat here from Cybersmith. This is why in-cap and debuff spells that bosses are immune to still matter. Killing mooks before they can hurt your saves, HP, time, even sleep is potent. Well, I don't disagree with you if we think we can make those matter. That's the key problem. Hey, Jack, my first paid chat. Wow, awesome, Jack.
I am strong.
That's for you. Sick. Joining the champion level, looking forward to the region, and possibly running a game in the future. Jack, those are all amazing things, and we are happy to have you, buddy. So welcome aboard. Welcome to the adventure, and welcome to the Knights of Last Call. We love having you. John Derlin says, this looks like my kind of stream, but a little late for me. We'll have to catch the VOD. Just finished the worldographer VOD. All hail the hard one. Ah, yes, the Shell Father. Yes, the Shell Father welcomes all. The hard God. All hail the hard God. Beware she who spreads, Junderlin. Beware she who spreads. So, going back a little bit, not to I know I didn't want this to be like a complete history lesson, but the existence of death spells, right, or save or suck spells in D&D. Okay, I've shown this before, but Let me see if I can pull this up here. Here we go. Is this a good one? Okay. Nope, that's not it. That's not it. Okay, this one's good. All right. Copy image. Paste. Okay, so this is a AD&D first edition saving throw matrix. Believe it or not, this was not in the player's handbook. This was in the Game Master's Guide, okay? So if we take a look at the fighter, so this first column here is paralyzation, poison, or death magic. And let's be clear, paralyzation. Poison is, a lot of times too in these older versions, like if you save versus poison, or you die. And then death magic is, finger of death, scroll of death, death spell, finger of death, all the death spells. So you could see that the saving throw, now in order to make a saving throw, you had to roll a d20. It was unmodified. Your ability scores didn't matter. Now you might get a magical bonus to this, potentially, if you had an item or a spell, a buff cast on you. But your saving throw only mattered on your character's level. And this meant that a first level fighter, in order to save against a death magic effect from a 38th level lich, needed to roll a 14 or higher on a d20. Not great chances. Not great chances. But by the time your character was in their teens, they passed on a 5 or higher. And again, it didn't matter what level the monster was. So that meant that as you got... Now, by the way, obviously, one would hope that you weren't encountering too many save or death spells at low level. But what this meant is that by the time your characters reached the level where they had spells that could instantly kill monsters, and where the monsters had spells that could instantly kill people, most people's saving throws were like 60, 70, 80% successful. And this meant that they actually weren't that good or useful against the tough monsters, okay, that you were fighting. You know, we would call them the on-level monsters. Now, this gets back to what Cyber was saying. In old versions of D&D, however, you essentially had kind of a version of bounded accuracy. Now, what was actually pretty sick is that the fighter actually continued to get essentially +1 to hit per level. Their THAC0 went down by 1 each level, which equivalent to gaining a +1 BAB per level, which we saw in 3rd edition. So fighters actually became frighteningly accurate, and they would almost always hit, essentially. However, armor classes didn't really go up. They weren't tied to level. And aside from a magical suit of armor, once your character had full plate and shield and your AC was basically 2 or 1 or something like that, or 0, it didn't get any better. And what this meant is that a high level fighter, say a level 10 fighter, who was suddenly fighting, maybe you were fighting 2 hill giants, which is maybe kind of something that you might fight, and 2d12. Here, I'll roll. I got 2d6 right here. Let's roll. I got 3d6, I should say. Okay. Oh, wow. We're fighting 15 ogres, and these were realistic numbers. I'm not making these numbers up. Let's see. AD&D ogre. I don't want to necessarily pull up the 1st edition one. Let's pull up the first one here. Here we have. Come on. Where's our number appearing? Back in the day, things were way better, weren't they? Nope. They don't even give us the AD&D ogre stats. It's all 5th edition, isn't it? By the way, I hate whenever you search for AD ampersand D. It goes, "Did you mean DND?" And I'm like, no, fuckers. I definitely did not mean. I'm just getting grognardy here. I definitely did not mean DND. What the fuck is DND? I hate that. Monster manual. This is important. This is why we're taking our time. All right, here we go. Ogre. Oh, all right, here we go. Bloop. All right, back to our AD&D. There we go. That's the ogre stat block. You see that? You see that? You see that? Number appearing. 2 to 20. That's 2d10, by the way. Okay? Now, it's important to note that these ogres had 4d8 plus 1 hit points. Now, Cybersmith is absolutely correct. And this is where you're like, hell yeah. Now, let's say that our character was level 10. Our fighter was level 10. Our fighter THAC0 would be 10. And that means in order for our character to hit AC 5, we need to roll a 5 or higher on our D20. But of course, remember, we also have strength and maybe a magic weapon. So we're adding our strength bonus, which might be +2 or +3 to our D20 roll. And of course, we might have a +1 weapon. Maybe we have a +2 sword. So that means that our fighter needs to roll a 1. You're like, oh, but you crit fumble on a 1. Nope, you didn't. That wasn't a rule back then. So that meant that your fighter literally, basically could not miss an ogre. Now, here's the only reason I bring this up. Because an ogre still had something like 4d8 plus 1 hit points. That's what the hit dice here means. So that meant that this ogre, might have somewhere in the neighborhood of 20 to 25 hit points, which is, potentially a lot. So even a fighter might have to attack this thing multiple times in order to kill it. You didn't have striking runes. You didn't have plus 27 damage. Your damage as a fighter was like D8 plus 3, your fighter did not do a lot of damage with these sword strikes. So this is where having instant death spells was really, really nice. Sure, fireballs were good too, but because an ogre was lower level, but still a threat, right? You wanted to just eliminate them. Now, it wasn't a good use against high-level monsters because they were going to have really good saving throws, just like your high-level PCs. But these low-level monsters could potentially be still a pain in the ass. And so instant death, so people who poo-poo, I argue, okay, hot take coming in, I argue that incapacitation rules in Pathfinder 2nd Edition are actually more in flavor with the way that instant death spells were actually used and presented in original D&D. Now, there's a caveat to that, which is that in original D&D, okay, in original D&D, a low-level monster, or I should say a lower-level monster, was still a reasonable threat. And that is the difference in Pathfinder 2. The difference in Pathfinder 2 is that incapacitation effects and instant death spells are not very usable on quote-unquote your high-level monsters. And that, I think, is correct. That's the way that it should be. 3rd edition, Pathfinder 1 was the abomination. And so many people started playing during that time, and they don't understand the old game, and they never played the old games. 3rd edition was a mistake in that regard, because 3rd edition, you had monsters who had a low fort, you know, and players stacked their int or their charisma to max. They took spell focus. They had these insane DCs. And then monsters that were their level, their higher level monsters, higher CR monsters, were failing disintegrate fort saves or failing, you know, will saves that would kill them or paralyze them. And people were like, this is stupid and broken. Yes, it was, and it was a mistake. Instant death spells were never supposed to be able to just eliminate. Now, to be clear, a high-level monster, you know, let's go find a giant. Okay, here's a giant. Okay, so here's a fire giant. Okay, he has 11 hit dice, and that means he is going to typically save as a 11 hit die creature. Where is this? Okay, so no, that's my ogre. Sorry. So that means that this fire giant is saving against a death save with a 7 or higher. Okay, so the ogre has about a 70% chance, okay, to make the save versus the death spell, okay? Your wizard could decide to blow their chance and try to take out this fire giant in one go. But odds are very bad, right? 70% of the time, nothing's going to essentially happen. Now, they might get lucky, and 30% of the time, they might zap the fire giant out, which is cool. I mean, that is fun. But your odds of doing this are bad, and the game is basically basically saying, like, no, don't do that. That's not a good solution against this particular monster. So, the fire giant art is cool. So the idea then, and then by the way, by the time we get to a like a storm giant, do we have the storm giant? Yeah, he's got 15 hit dice. So he is saving as, you know, he's a 4 or higher on his saving throw. So you're basically never going. I mean, your odds of killing the storm giant with an instant death spells are very bad. And remember, this is long before you had like, oh, you have 5 slots plus 2 bonus slots for your high intelligence. Plus you have your class ability that lets you instantly restore 1 spell slot per spell level per day. None of that shit. Okay. Nor did you have scrolls on demand and, you know, bags of holding full of scrolls. I mean, your spell slots were a very precious resource. In fact, you didn't even necessarily you might not have had high enough intelligence to have those spells. You keep in mind you're rolling 3d6, you know, or some other form of thing. Your int might be 15, which is great. That's actually above average. So you're like, oh, I'm going to be a wizard. Guess what? If your int isn't 16, you can't even cast 6th level spells. So your wizard might have spell slots that you're incapable of using. But I digress. The reason I bring all this up is to say that the reason that you had the instant death spells was to kill these lower level quote unquote monsters that were still a threat, but still had enough hit points that the fighter chewing through them would be a problem, or that the the fireball or whatever might not necessarily take them out, conveniently and easily. However, if we go back to the ogre, we can see that the ogre, his hit dice are 4, so he's going to attack as a 4th level fighter. His essentially to hit it's a +4. So even if your fighter has AC 2, which is equivalent to AC 18, he's hitting you on a 14 or higher. This ogre is going to be, and especially him and all his buddies, are going to be able to do some nasty damage to you over time. So he's not like a non-threat. And that's the problem with Pathfinder 2. The problem with Pathfinder 2 isn't the incapacitation rules are bad. I actually think they're smart, and I think they're in line. I think it's just that lower level monsters are so not a threat. Once a monster is within 1 level, that's fine. But once the monster is like 2 levels or 3 levels lower than you, they are so not a threat. And that's the problem with the incapacitation rules. That's the problem with the situation from that perspective. So now that we kind of know where we're at, and again, this is a workshop. So what can we do about it? Well, the one thing that we can do is we first have to ask ourselves a very important question. And the question is this: as a gameplay persona, now we talked about time. Time, the great enemy. Cyberspace says the hit and run 3-action economy can make PL -3, -4 creatures scary, but only if the GM knows how to play them smart. Tucker's kobold those PCs. I think Tucker's kobolds is kind of a bullshit concept. Somebody else recently said that too, and I don't remember who said it, but it is kind of a bullshit concept, and I fundamentally don't agree with most of the Tucker kobold idea or concept. And as for the hit and run 3-action economy thing, the fact of the matter is a PL -4 creature is not only not really hitting that often, they're also doing so little percentage-wise damage that it kind of almost doesn't matter. The hell is Tucker's kobolds? Tucker's kobold is the idea of like you taking a CR 1/8 monster and like giving it like alchemist fire and nuclear missiles and, having it like go full guerrilla combat style on the PCs and basically kind of like be, I don't want to say cheesy, but like kind of be, I don't know. I just don't, I don't fundamentally agree with the idea. It is much more effective in 5e because in 5e you have bounded accuracy and the PC's ACs aren't so high compared to the lower level monsters. Anyways, so time is truly the great enemy of the dungeon explorer. And the reason is because of 3 things. 1, and all 3 of these things are kind of a problem in Pathfinder 2. 1, light. Historically, dungeons were dark places. Dark vision didn't exist, and as a result, and very few races had infravision, and even then, a torch ruined infravision. So, without access to light, you had this limitation on your resource. Furthermore, torches were rather bulky and relatively heavy on a pound for pound basis. In a game like Pathfinder 2, you have access to cantrips. Every single spellcasting class has access to cantrips. Furthermore, so and by the way, even in third edition, not Pathfinder 1, but in third edition, cantrips were still limited. By the way, you still only got like, there were 0th level spells. You only got like 3 a day or like 4 a day, you know? But now you have infinite cantrips. They are, so you have infinite cantrips. And even if you don't, almost every ancestry has dark vision. And even if you have an ancestry that doesn't have dark vision, they probably have a heritage or an ancestry feat that they could take that will give them dark vision. And even if somehow you don't have dark vision and you don't have access to the light cantrip, a torch, which burns for 1 hour, is light bulk. And that means 10 of them is 1 bulk, which means you can carry, if for some odd reason you needed to, an absurd amount of torches, if for whatever reason you don't have that. And by the way, if you can't cast the light cantrip, there's about 1 million low-level items that will give you access, essentially, to the light cantrip. So light is no longer essentially a factor. And that already is kind of a unfortunate consequence, because at the end of the day, you know, light, because a lot of people say, well, what about food and water? Food and water is a thing for sure. However, food and water is more of, I think, more of a long-term overland type concern, rather than like a dungeon-based concern. Because once you got to the dungeon, you know, your time there was sort of limited in days, and food was really more of a thing that was like more for like many days or weeks of time. So while I think food and water is a concern, I think the primary resource that was limiting you was light. And without ready access to light, you were sort of going to the dungeon. You had a certain amount of time that you could reasonably spend in the dungeon. So, now Pathfinder 2, because of the cantrips, because of how light the bulk is of torches, and because of ready access to dark vision, you know, you can carry a lot of torches. You might not need torches because everybody has light. Yada yada yada. So, light is not really an issue. The second thing about time, excuse me, is buffs. There were 2 things that truly gave, that's probably a fair assessment too, Beowulf. Water is probably something that was more, you know, it mattered on a day's basis. That is true. Cyrus says, maybe just anecdotal, but I've never met a GM that tracks food and water. And Sire, rightfully so. Now, of course, come watch our Torchbearer games and you will see how much we fastidiously track food and water, because it's very, very important to that game. There are 2 great advantages that PCs have against the great darkness that is the monsters and dungeons of the world. Number 1 is ranged weaponry. Most of the creatures that you fight are either so primitive that they do not possess ranged weaponry, or they possess very primitive ranged weaponry, like throwing weapons or spears or something, javelins, or they're beast or bestial, and they don't have ranged weapons. Poop. I thought you were saying you have to go poop. I poop. I gotta go. The one time I make a live stream and the one time I have work in the morning. Jack, I'm so sorry. By pick, by sword, by axe. Bye-bye. Jack, we'll see you on the Patreon. Thanks for joining up, buddy. We'll see you there. So first thing that the PCs had access to was ranged weapon. But the second thing that PCs had access to were spells. And the spells meant buffs. And this was the way that your characters sort of could break the system. This is the way that your characters could get ahead of the game. And back in the day, spells typically had a duration that lasted anywhere from I'm going to say many minutes to hours. So now, don't get me wrong. There were definitely spells that, lasted a very short amount of time. However, let's pull this up here. Correct. Pathfinder 1 made cantrips infinite use. 3rd edition, they were slots. So that was one of the many changes that Pathfinder did. I'm looking for a good spell here. One of my favorites. Oh, yeah, right. It's all done by... Okay. Prayer. LM. How do you... Where the hell is P in the alphabet? Oh, it's done by level and by spell. Oh, Jesus Christ. It's been so long since I've done this. I thought they were all just in one big alphabetical order, but I was wrong. Prayer. All right. How about I do a search? All right. Well, all right. This is not working. But point is, here, let's use something simple like light. Let's say your cleric actually wanted to cast light. I mean, this is kind of cheating because we already talked about light, but it's an example of a buff in its own way. So light, let's say your wizard's like, I'm going to cast light spell. Okay. Well, if that's the case, then light lasted 6 turns plus 1 turn per level. And turn is 10 minutes. Right? So if you're a first level cleric and you cast light, the spell, you have 7 turns or 70 minutes of light. But let's also remember that in old school D&D, if you wanted to move, let's say 90 feet down a corridor, that took 1 turn. Yes, it took you 10 minutes to move 90 feet down the corridor because the game assumed that your characters were not moving around like you were shopping at the fucking mall. Hell, I don't move that fast in my own house when it's dark or if I have a flashlight. I can only imagine being in a completely unfamiliar location full of things that want to kill me and traps and blah and blah and blah and blah. And it would be nightmarish. But more so than that, no, I mean 10 minutes. I mean 10 minutes. So a standard character's movement in basic D&D was 120 feet. Now, yes, this was affected by your armor, which would reduce it. So if you were unarmored, you could move 120 feet in 10 minutes. Now, that's your dungeon crawling speed, right? Yes, a D&D first edition round was a round was 1 minute, Cybersmith. A combat round was 1 minute. Okay. Furthermore, if you wanted to do something like search a room, Kevin has got it right. It's also the amount of time it took to search a 10-foot by 10-foot space. So if you had a room that was 20 foot by 20 foot and, the players say, we're going to spread out and we're going to check it. And I'm like, okay, where are you guys standing? Like, the wizard's going to go over here. The fighter's going to go over here. The cleric's going to go over here. And the thief's going to go over here. And I was like, okay, well, there's 4 of you. So you guys spread out. Searching this room is going to take 10 minutes or 1 turn. Imagine if it was a bigger than a 20 foot by 20 foot room. What if it was some, 50 foot by 30 foot room? Well, now you're talking about a lot more squares, right? You're talking about 15 squares. There's 15 turns worth of searching here. So even if the party split up, it might take you 4 turns, 40 minutes to just look through the room, search the room, because there's no passive perception or anything like that. That was just the time it took to just look around. So time was the great enemy. And one of the reasons that time was the great enemy. So you could see where things were eating up turns. By the way, this is a basic rule. I can't remember, it's every 5 or 6 turns, you had to rest for 1 turn. You know, dungeon delving is thirsty work. Okay, and every 5 or 6 turns, you had to rest for 1 turn. For those of you who've been watching our Torchbearer game at home and you're wondering, where does the grind come from? It comes from right here. This is from BXD&D. The idea is that every 5 or 6 turns, every 50 or 60 minutes, I can't remember exactly which one it is. I don't know if it's like 1 turn out of every hour or if it's once every hour. But basically, once every hour, you have to, you know, take a breather for a moment, put your weapon down, you know, adjust the straps on your armor, take a couple swigs of, you know, from your water skin, maybe have a little snack to eat. Yeah, the Adventure Union, you know, you need that. You get 2 15s and 1 30 if you work a full day. So the idea of the grind from D&D came from this, and if we look, I hope you guys don't mind indulging me. I know you do. I know you guys are cool. BX Moldve. I don't know where I have the D&D basic. Oh, here we go. Basic box set. This should be it. Yeah, there we go. All right. So if we go to elves here, or if we go, this is the red box. Rest. Here we go. See page B24. Okay, here we go. Sorry, lost my mouse. I have 5 screens open. So it says here, all right, when figuring out the amount of time spent in a dungeon, consider encounter, including combat, to have lasted 1 full turn. So even if your combat only takes a few minutes of time, it still takes a full turn because any additional time is spent, you know, spent resting sore muscles, recovering one's breath, cleaning the wounds, cleaning your weapons, and binding wounds. However, at the end of the turn, the GM should check the character's remaining hit points, whether or not they need to rest, and any changes in the party's marching order. And it says, here we go. If forced to fight before they are fully rested, the characters will fight with a -2 penalty to their hit and damage rolls, and their opponents will gain a +2 bonus to their hit rolls. These will remain until the characters have fully rested. So basically, you had to rest, or your characters were basically going to become, you know, fatigued. So time was really important, but that meant your buffs, your spells, which were very valuable, and your way of getting ahead, were going to run out. And lastly, now, of course, in Pathfinder 2nd Edition, we have a problem, which is that spells do not last 30 minutes, 90 minutes, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. Spells last 1 minute. Some, very few, last 10 minutes. And there's like a handful in the game that last an hour or 8 hours. And those are pretty far and few between for the most part. Long Strider, or whatever they call it now, Wind It Back, is the one that most people can sort of know about. Enlarge is a very weird one, Cybersmith. And I do not know why it is 5 minutes, but you are absolutely right. So in D&D, you have this interesting, you know, in a D&D dungeon, you have this very interesting you have this very interesting idea, which is, let's say that the party had, you know, a buff A going, and it had, you know, 7 turns remaining, and you had buff B, which had, you know, 5 turns remaining, and then let's say you had a light spell going, and it had 6 turns remaining. And the GM describes, and these are very useful things for you, and the GM describes this big area, and you say, oh man, there's, you know, how many alcoves are there? You know, like, oh, there's 10 alcoves, 5 on the left wall, 5 on the right wall, and, you know, the players are like, like, how long would it take us to search all that? And, you know, the GM might go, if you guys split up and you put half the party on the left side and half the party on the right side, then maybe it'll take you, let's say, 2 turns. And the party has to make a decision. Do we want to burn our buff durations down from 7 to 5, from 5 to 3? Our light spell goes down from 6 to 4. We are consuming the valuable spell duration of our spells. And these buffs are kind of what are allowing us to sort of have a chance and kind of give us a clear advantage. We lose that in Pathfinder 2nd Edition, because in Pathfinder 2nd Edition, most spells, in my personal opinion, okay, this is my personal opinion. I know some people have done differently. We have done differently. But in my personal opinion, the way that the spell durations are designed in Pathfinder 2nd Edition is the following. 1 minute spell durations are supposed to be cast in combat and essentially last for the duration of the fight. In fact, they might as well say cast only in combat, duration until the combat ends. That's really what they should say. And from a gamist perspective, that is exactly what they are saying. This is the equivalent of a, you know, D&D 4th edition power that says, you know, last until the end of encounter. These spells are not designed to be cast before combat. I think that when GMs allow it, and I've played with GMs who've allowed it, you know, we're all going to cast a bunch of 1 minute buffs, and then you're like tracking the individual rounds. Because, like, again, in Pathfinder 2, your character might be able to move 90 feet in 6 seconds. So you could cast a haste spell, and, you know, with 4 actions, you could cast a haste spell outside the dungeon. Okay, if I were to bring up any Pathfinder 2 map right now on the screen, you could go outside the dungeon. You could cast a bless spell. You could cast a haste spell. You could cast a, I'm trying to think of another common buff spell. But you could cast 4 or 5 spells that all have a minute duration. Then enter the dungeon. Move 200 feet to the other side of the map. And it's been like 3 rounds, and you're like, okay, I have 7 rounds left of my haste. I have 7 rounds left on my bless. Then get to the door, open the door to the next fight, to the next room, and then roll initiative and start the fight. So I think 1 minute spells. Now you might say, okay, that sounds cool. This is where the game's history and its simulationism all kind of merge and sort of break apart. Because, you know, realistically, especially if you're hasted, I mean, your characters could easily move, you know, let's say 80 feet around. So you could move 160, 240 feet in 3 or 4 rounds, giving you still 5 rounds of haste. And you could have all these spells buffed up before you kick in the door and go in and fight. And then I don't think the game was designed for that. Now, what I think the game wants you to do is that's what 10-minute spells are for. 10-minute spells are designed so that you can basically reasonably cast them before the next fight and go into it. But let me do you something better. This was a common tactic in prior seasons of Northern Reaches. Are you ready? Let's take one of the best 10-minute duration spells in the game, which is Heroism. All right? It's a divine and occult spell. It's one of the best buffs in the game, especially the 9th level. Well, the 3rd level version, the 6th level version, and the 9th level version, which give you a +1, +2, and +3 status bonus to basically any D20 roll you made. So it's really, really powerful. It gives you a huge buff that can last a very long time. It lasts 10 minutes. Now, I'm not even kidding you when I say that there were entire adventure sites, which parties in various past seasons of Northern Reaches, the parties would try to see if they could run the entire dungeon that the GM had built. Let's say he had built some sort of 5-room dungeon. They would try to, and it's Northern Reaches. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. A lot of these rooms contained a fight or a trap or an encounter. They would try to and successfully run the entire dungeon in less than 10 minutes. Because as long as you don't wait to get your focus points back, and most people are like, we don't care about our focus points anyways. And as long as you weren't using treat wounds to heal back up to full, this first fight, 10 minutes, right, is 100 rounds. So maybe the first room in the first fight takes 5 rounds, and then you spend a couple of rounds using cure or heal spells, maybe heal scrolls. You spent 8 rounds. You then proceed down the hallway. You might deal with stuff that might take another, 1 to 2 rounds. Remember, you can move pretty fast. There's no slow combat movement. You can move down the thing at full speed. You can use your exploration actions, which make you move at half speed, but most of these dungeons aren't that big. How long is this corridor? 40 feet, 60 feet? You're still going to be able to move down it in 6 seconds, 1 round. You go into the next room. It's a fight. Boom, that fight's over in 4 rounds. Well, okay, even if you include all this different stuff, we spend a couple rounds casting heal spells. Cool. We're at 17 rounds of 100. And we've already knocked out 2 of the 6 rooms. So these people would speed run these dungeons to try to make one buff, which is designed, I think, in the mindset of the game, to only last 1 fight. And I say 1 fight because, again, I think the idea is that they are going to, go into a dungeon, room, fight a fight, and then after the fight, take 10 minutes to treat wounds, and thus your 10-minute buff spell would never last into a second fight. So the heroism spell would only last for 1 fight. Now, you might be able to pre-buff it, but, that's not the case. And then Cyber says, this is why you put traps in corridors, Derek, especially traps that can cause debuffs. Well, for other reasons, which I've discussed before, I think just putting random traps in corridors is a terrible idea, especially if they're not communicated. But to that point, Cybersmith, if you have a thief in the party, rogue in the party, okay, who is searching, they're probably going to find the trap. Well, Malkeen, unfortunately, because of the way that the Dispel Magic rules, but half speed's irrelevant. How big are these dungeons? They're not that big. Not the ones that most people are using, not the battle maps that you're getting from Jipeku, not the maps that are going, but half speed is irrelevant. Half speed is still incredibly fast. We're talking about going from moving 90 feet in 10 minutes. How long does it take to use Thieves' Tools on locked doors? 1 round. Open lock is a 1 or 2 action activity. So even if you're moving at half speed, you're still moving potentially, let's say you've got a speed buff on you because you have Long Strider or Wind It Back. Your speed might be 30. So you're moving, 60 feet per round. So you're moving half speed. So you're moving 30 feet. So it's really, it's a really weird style of play and clearly not what the people intended for heroism, by the way. But remember, this is the way that this is kind of what the game is encouraging. And by the way, let's assume let's say that this corridor that the people are searching and they're moving at half speed. So instead of moving 60 feet in 6 seconds, they're moving 30 feet in 6 seconds. Okay. And by the way, just to put this into comparison, 30 feet in 6 seconds is 180 feet in a minute, which is 1,800 feet in 10 minutes or 1 turn. And in an old school D&D, in that same 10-minute turn, you moved 90 feet. So this is us moving at half speed. It's still literally 20 times faster. It's literally an order of magnitude, than what we were talking about before. Oh, and by the way, just as an aside, if you're wondering how they figure that out, how many yards is that? Nobody knows. Why, 5,280, of course. A simple number that everyone will remember. Malkin, you literally stole my thunder. For those people who are wondering, the basic assumptions of Pathfinder 2 is that a normal person is taking 2 actions per turn, right? In a 6-second period of time. Now, when you're under stress, right? When you're in combat, okay? You get this bonus third action, but that third action represents you really pushing yourself and in theory is sort of limited, right? So this third action is kind of like, it's straining you a bit. In a normal, more relaxed, I could do this all day, the assumption is that you are taking 2 actions, okay? Thus, Luke, it doesn't actually say this, but the rules strongly imply it. And you'll see why I say this in a second. Because the idea of the game is that when you are moving, okay, at double speed, you're essentially taking 2 actions. But if you are moving at half speed, what you're really moving it at is 1 action, plus you're taking another 1 action activity, like search, which is essentially the seek action. However, if your character wants to move and your character wants to do something like cast Detect Magic, which is a spammable cantrip, but Detect Magic or do something like that, that takes 2 actions, and that's why Detect Magic has a limitation on how long you can do it, because the assumption is that this starts to become very draining on your character because you're exceeding that 2 action per round limitation. And thus you become fatigued or something, right? You can only do this for 10 minutes, I believe. My Pathfinder 2 knowledge is a little bit sort of broken down. And Cybersmith confirming the overland travel rules, etc. assume it. I do believe that was the play test that, really broke it down like that. But I mean, again, the exploration activities really, it exhausts us for 1 minute. Okay. So again, that's the sort of a core assumption that we are sort of working with. So again, you should be able to do that because it only takes 1 action. That's actually a good point. All right, Yuval, will take care. That's an interesting thought, and probably using the logic of the game probably makes some degree of sense, since casting a shield cantrip is only 1 action, and it should be. Well, yeah, that's the defense. But he's saying using the shield cantrip itself, which is casting a spell over and over and over and over again. But yeah, Malkin, and I think most GMs would probably say that's okay. So there's the custom repeat in action. So anyways, the base assumption then is that your character is moving and doing something else, moving and doing something else, moving and doing something else, moving and doing something else. And if you're doing that, okay, your character is going to move 30 feet per round. Case time, the shield spell does not have a cooldown. It only has a cooldown if you block with it. If you do not block with your shield spell, you can just keep on using that bad boy forever. So you're moving 30 feet in 6 seconds, and that means you're moving 180 feet in a minute, which means you're moving 1,800 feet in a round. This is assuming that your character is, per the rules of Pathfinder 2, going slow, seeking, keeping their shield up, looking for danger, right? Searching for traps. So, but this is you moving slow in Pathfinder 2. So you could cover an insane amount of ground. Cybersmith, I may have missed a super chat. Sorry, buddy. My buffer only goes back so far. Hold on a sec, buddy. Okay, here we go. Oh, yes, you did. Okay, you did. In Play by Post, I ran a siege with many PL -3, -4 NPCs against 5 PCs. 2 enemies spent 3 actions opening gate and readying to close. This left 2 PCs unconscious. They eventually climbed the wall to win. Okay, so... Okay. So, I just want to talk about this. This is a separate tangent. What you just described, Cybersmith, is something that I absolutely can't stand. Sorry, buddy. Okay, you are exploiting the... So what Cybersmith is describing, by the way, is that... And I've joked about this. I've joked about this on this channel before. Is the idea that depending on how the initiative orders could move, right, you could have this monster open up the door as one action, then ready to close the door after their allies came back. Okay? So then their allies come out, attack the PCs, move back, and then this monster closes the door. And right, and they have more people than the PCs, so they can out-action economy them. The reason I don't like this is because this is using the flawed perception of reality of the characters being round by round by round. So the idea that the door opens in front of my fighter, and my fighter, because it's not my turn, has to stand there and watch as all the enemies come pouring out to attack me and my allies, turn around, walk back through the door, and again, I'm just standing there. And then the guy who's standing by the gate throws the switch and the door closes in my face. After apparently being open long enough for 4 or 5 people to run out, run past me, stab my allies, turn around, come back, and then get the door closed in my face. And then just stand there. And you could counter with ready action themselves, but that makes the action counter. I argue that this is a bug of the turn-based nature of the game. And I personally think that this is sort of weirdly exploitative, and I don't think it's like a good thing. I mean, I think you're right that that is a good tactic, but it's only because you're exploiting the problematic and non-simulationist nature of this game. The punchline is play a different game. Yes, this would never happen in Hackmaster. This is actually completely agreed. And by the way, one of these days, we're going to get some people on, okay, some people who respect the threshold of pain, and we're going to run a true Hackmaster combat. What TTRPG is not turn-based? Hackmaster. Dungeon World. Well, a lot of games that aren't turn-based. Phased-based initiative BX. Grimwild. Pendragon. Burning Wheel. A lot of RPGs. So the answer is quite a few. Any case. So we have light and buffs, and of course, the ultimate thing that people talk about for time is random encounters. The longer you spend in the dungeon, it depends. I think in BX D&D, the assumption was that you were making 1 check every 2 turns. Baseline. And that meant that the longer you spent in the dungeon, the longer you had a chance of randomly encountering monsters. And of course, this was bad, okay? Because monsters consumed resources and they could kill you. And they generally gave almost no treasure. One of the truisms of D&D was that, right, S tier, okay, S tier was just like unguarded treasure, right? Treasure that you could find and gain, and that's great because then you just took the treasure. C tier okay, was a monster lair, because a monster lair was going to have monsters in it. In fact, a lot of monsters potentially, but at least a monster lair would have treasure. Sure, you're gonna have to fight monsters and you'd get some experience points for that, but at least they would have good treasure or somewhat treasure. Think of it this way. Monsters tended to keep their treasure, especially their good stuff, in their home, right? Or in their lair. Like D- tier was a random encounter. And the reason is because the monsters, quite frankly, or quite literally, had a different treasure table or different treasure amount. So we'll call it, fuck it, we'll call it what it is, F tier. They had a different encounter or a different treasure amount if they were in their lair versus if you encountered them randomly in the dungeon. So that meant that when you encountered monsters that were out walking around, you had very little to gain. There was certainly a chance of almost no treasure or very shitty treasure. They were just as likely to hurt you or injure you as any other monster. But you got very, very, very little for fighting them. And so that meant random encounters were a bad thing. Now, and this is why I call this a workshop. Because what I want to know is, how do we re-textualize Nutrimancer? This is why it confused me how to gain 2 million XP by defeating vampires. For their XP alone, it would take forever. Yes, in fact, 2nd edition AD&D did one of the greatest dangers, one of the worst things ever, because it made giving XP for treasure optional rule. And it made it seem like that wasn't the default rule. And so a lot of people assumed that in AD&D you just had to like level up by fighting stuff. Wouldn't completing the rando make the lair A tier since there was no or little to no enemies? Well, I guess. I mean, you still could die, but yeah, I mean, maybe it's, I guess it's a little bit better, I guess. So the real question then is, now for light, we could change things. So I think light, buffs, and random encounters. These, in my opinion, at a very simplistic level, this is how time affects attrition in a dungeon. And random encounters, right, they reduce HP and spells with little to no, benefit. So here's the problem, Kevin. I don't want to side tangent, but I cannot help myself, and I apologize to no one. Player... no, dungeon. Is it the Dungeon Master? Dungeon Master's Guide. Which one of these is... I have so many Dungeon Master Guide. Is this it? Nope. Is this it? Yes. Look at that. We got it. I have so many different Dungeon Master's Guides. Treasure experience. Encounter. Yeah, so this is how the experience point award system worked in 2nd edition D&D. Let me close this bookmark here. And you got experience points for fighting creatures, sure. And then this little blue bar here says, as an option, the DM can award XP for the cash value of non-magical treasures. 1 XP can be given per gold piece or equivalent found. However, overuse of this option can increase the tendency to give out too much treasure in the campaign. The problem with this is they didn't change the XP amounts in this edition of D&D from 1st edition. So if you didn't use this rule, then you had to get millions of experience points from fighting creatures, which literally gave you hundreds of experience points. And that's at higher levels. And individual experience point awards were an optional rule as well. So not everybody used these either. So it was still kind of, problematic. And even some of these individual experience points is like making a potion or scroll or making a permanent magic item. I mean, that's like a once or twice a campaign type thing. You know, researching a spell is not exactly, you know, it's not exactly great. We didn't use the optional rules frowny face. Beowulf, neither did we. And that was a huge mistake. Because as a kid, I thought XP for treasure was stupid. Because I was like, what are we going to... Because XP for killing monsters made sense to me because I grew up playing Final Fantasy. I grew up playing, you know, Dragon Quest, Dragon Warrior. So killing monsters made sense. Why would I get XP for treasure? I didn't understand the concept of the play tables. I couldn't understand, you know, how this stuff happened. So anyways. So I think that the real problem with a dungeon, outside of anything else, is that time is mostly unimportant in Pathfinder 2. And this is where we could potentially think of a couple things. Now, I want to address the real thing I want to kind of talk about, and you guys are much better at Pathfinder 2 at this point than me. Like, I could, and again, I don't want to, like, fundamentally change the game too much, right? Like, for example, I could make a dungeon, because ultimately what I'm going to do here is I want to make a dungeon for the Northern Reaches for people to play in. And I want it to be a large dungeon that will take many sessions of play and will hopefully have dozens of different players go through it. Why is time not important, though, provided you're not speedrunning it? Because, Kyle, the first assumption is that light doesn't matter in Pathfinder 2nd Edition. The second assumption is that buffs aren't going to run out, because the default assumption of Pathfinder 2 is that buffs that last 10 minutes are only supposed to last for one fight anyways. 1 minute buffs are supposed to be cast in a fight and last for that fight. And then you have a very few number of spells that randomly last 8 hours. So for the most part, the idea of buffs that might last, let's say, 1 to 3 hours doesn't really exist in the game. So time passing isn't going to drain you of some important buff. And random encounters could potentially challenge you, but all they're going to do is lower your hit points, eat up time as you treat wounds back up to full. But the thing is in most Pathfinder 2 adventures, and in fact, the Pathfinder 2 books themselves, they mostly seem to kind of frown upon or even discourage the use of random encounters, and for good reason. And here's what I'm going to get at. Here's what I want to get at. And this is what I really want to figure out. In Pathfinder 2, remember we talked about this quadrant? This was a long time ago. Okay, but why does that matter? That's what I'm asking. Why does 10 minutes per level matter? Yes, something must punish the party for spending excessive time in the dungeon, either narrative or the dungeon itself. The problem is that narrative effects don't really work in a dungeon, in a typical dungeon sense. You know, they could work fine in an adventure. I think that's totally reasonable. You know, you have to kill the necromancer before midnight, right? Or the whatever. And so, you know, it's already 8 p.m. So you only have 4 hours to get her done. But the dungeon itself creates a different problem. And I actually want to get to this in a sense, in a second. Because we said before that this was my assumption of 0%. This is my chance of somebody dying, okay, in a fight, assuming that you had access to your spells, that you had a full hit points, that you had at least a couple first and second rank spells. And as a result, there's very low chance of a moderate, and I put an asterisk because maybe there's a situation where there's like a 1% chance or 2% chance, but low and trivial, almost nothing. Now, and that's assuming a party, by the way, that's in this upper right quadrant, who have made good PCs, not like car op mega broken, just good PCs, who are being played by people who know how to play the game. They're not cheesing it, they just know how to play the game. Akamos says, good morning, what a dope talk. I'll watch for the start, don't wait up for me. All right, well, do, buddy. So, here's what I want to know. Let's say we include a random, because, well, that's a separate topic, but let's just make it really simple. Let's assume that we make a random encounter check every 10 minutes. And this means that it doesn't occur after, it occurs before the 10 minutes are up. So what that means is that if your character tries to treat wounds, okay, before your character will make the check to heal somebody, we will make another random encounter check. Okay? Now, if we do that, if the first moderate encounter is a 0% death chance. Okay? This is assuming we went into the fight, at full, all of our spells, or at least a good amount of our highest ranked spells, 100% hit point, 95% hit points, right? No wounded. Assuming our characters cannot take 10 minutes to treat wounds, or let's say multiple treat wounds. They cannot heal back to full. Now, they just fought a moderate encounter. What percent does their chance of death go up to in the second encounter? And the third? And the fourth? And is that within the play philosophy of Pathfinder 2? Because if the game is made to have these, even at a moderate fight, because remember, this goes back to this idea that in the old days, a fight might only take 5% to 20% of your character's hit points. But even a moderate fight in Pathfinder 2, or even a low fight in Pathfinder 2, could potentially take you from 100% down to 10%. We've all seen that happen. Because the reason that it can do that is because as long as it doesn't kill you, the game is fine calling that a low threat, because then you're going to treat wounds and go back up to 100%. So what I'm saying is that in a moderate fight in Pathfinder 2, maybe even a low fight, after the first fight, your character might end the fight at 20% HP, 15% HP. You didn't die, you didn't go down, and normally the game would say, maybe you didn't use that many resources, and the game says, yeah, you'll use your focus spells, you'll make a couple treat wounds check, you'll spend 20 minutes, and your character will be at full hit points, and you'll go to the next moderate encounter. But if that fight ends, that moderate fight ends, and your character's down 80% of their hit points, so your character is at 20 of 100, and before your character can get their treat wounds and spam treat medicine checks to get back to full, the GM rolls a random encounter, and this isn't a severe random encounter. It's not an extreme random encounter. It's just another moderate encounter. Another 2 PL monsters that equal the party's level. And the fight starts. What is your chance of a casualty in that world? And is that unfair? Can Pathfinder 2 maintain, because one of the reasons that people play this game, and I want to respect that, is because of its balance. This isn't, when I played D&D 5e, I didn't even know what the encounter rules were. I just was like, I used like old school things. I'd be like, there's 27 ghouls, there's 27 zombies attacking you. I don't know if that's fair or not. Fireball, yeah, you can hit like 20 of them. We're blowing them away, right? But Pathfinder 2, in theory, one of the reasons people are attracted to playing it is because the game, right, gives you this sort of fair chance. And I know it's very easy and flippant to say, well, use random encounters. That way time is a consequence, and exploring the dungeon will have narrative, will have a potential risk to the party. But is it too great of a risk? What is the risk of failure when your characters fight a moderate, and then fight another moderate, and then fight another moderate. Now, Karamak says, by the math, if you chain 2 encounters without treat wounds, you total the budget of both fights and combine them. Now, Karamak, I have heard this before. I don't know that I ever remember reading it, but I've definitely heard it before, so it reminds me of it being true. If that's the case, a moderate into a moderate is 80 plus 80 equals 160. That's an extreme encounter. And if you read the book, the GMG says extreme encounters basically shouldn't be used except for like once per campaign, maybe like the final boss of the campaign. So just by running 2 moderate encounters back to back with no time to recover hit points and, now Karamak points out you could totally do an extreme. Yes, but the game is, I think, we are assuming people at the utmost level of skill and car-opiness. I mean, the game rules are, and I even said, by the way, I only put the chance of a casualty during an extreme fight at 5% to 15%, which is still drastically low. However, as I pointed out, as I pointed out before many times, if you have a 90% chance of success, okay, that means you have a 10% chance of a casualty. Well, if you do that, let's say 5 times in a row, it's 90% times 90% times 90% times 90%, right? You end up with 60%. If you do that one more time, you end up with about 50%. That means that having 6 extreme fights is equivalent to having less than a 50% chance of your character dying in this game. Now, Platinus says, having the 2 ADXB, yeah, it's the risk of ruin, Hoyrit. Yes, it's the gambler thing. Exactly, Hoyrit. It's exactly right. Risk of ruin. It's why the Martingale strategy doesn't work. It's, the gambler's fallacy, all that stuff. Now, I agree that having the 280 spread out is definitely easier than having all 160 at once. So 10 minutes is considered the magic number, Jacob, because that is how long it takes to do a treat wounds check. It's also how long it takes to refocus to get back your focus points, but that's less of an issue. The main reason 10 minutes is the magic number is because that's how long a treat wounds check takes, which is how you get essentially infinite free healing in Pathfinder 2. And our players are 10-fold cut above the casual PF2. I still see Reddit posts telling stories about TPKs to severes or even moderates. All right, Cyber, I think one solution is to track time. Set specified instances in which things occur to make the dungeon scarier. A 30-minute event, a 60-minute event, etc. Cyber, that's a great point, and I don't think that's terrible. However, the problem there is you want your players to appreciate that. I want my players to be able to understand what the risks are by spending time in the dungeon. So unless these things are very apparent and are known to them, it doesn't really matter because it's not going to impact their decision making. They're being punished for something that they don't necessarily even know is happening. And I don't think that's particularly, that's one of the reasons why light and buffs and random encounters are so effective, because it becomes very apparent very early on of how that works. Now, there's another problem. The other problem is the death spiral effect, because what Cybersmith is talking about is good, but it has a problem, which is this. In classic D&D, we've talked about this before. In classic D&D, your character, let's just pretend our character had 100 hit points. Okay, which is a lot, by the way, for classic D&D. You're at 100 hit points. You fight your first fight, and you lose 15 hit points. You're now at 85. By the way, that's almost a lot. You fight your second fight, you lose 10 hit points. You're at 75. You fight your third fight, it's a bad fight. You lose 20 hit points. You're at 55. You get to your fourth fight, and now you're down to 35 hit points. And now you're starting to get a little worried now there's a chance that an encounter might actually take your character out. So you're becoming a little bit more concerned, and you start thinking about how many random encounters are we going to get before I can start healing? Because by the way, remember, you can't just go, oh, we'll just go outside the dungeon, rest for a day, and come back. You recover 1 hit point a day. You'd have to rest for 65 days to get back all of your hit points. By that time, certainly something would have come up in the middle of the night and killed you in your sleep. So you have your 5th fight, and you only lose 15, and you're like 20, but you're so close to getting the good treasure, and you decide to press on. Here's the advantage. The advantage is, and every single one of these fights, you are at full capacity. In D&D, we could go into our 6th fight and have 1 hit point remaining. And you know what? Our fighter fights just as well at 1 hit point as they did at 100 hit points. And so that means that while we may be 1 hit away from dying, our character has all of their capabilities. So another common thing that I see people say to do in Pathfinder 2, because they point out that you might start at 100 hit points, and after the first fight, you go down to 20 HP, and you're wounded 1, but then you do, there's 2 treat wounds checks and maybe a low-level heal spell, and you're back to 95 hit points and wounded 0. So then you get into the second fight, and you actually go down twice during that fight. You're wounded 2, maybe it was from a crit though. Maybe you end the fight at 50 HP, and they do 1 treat wounds check that happens to work really, really well on you. It cures 40 hit points, 90 hit points, and you're at wounded 0. And we go into the third fight. You can see the pattern here. You're ending basically the same way you started. So what some people will say is, well, why don't you apply, or as time passes or as time progresses, why don't you apply some sort of penalty like clumsy or making the dungeon flood and making everything difficult terrain? The problem here is that Pathfinder 2 is very tightly balanced. And one of the things that Smith and I kind of determined or used often in our Pathfinder 2 days is we made a lot of use of the doomed condition. And the reason why we used the doomed condition a lot is because the doomed condition worked as a countdown clock towards your character dying, but it didn't actually affect the math of the game. It didn't actually cause you to lose your ability to continue to participate. However, if you find that the party basically is being able to refill their hit points, so it's not really an effective measure of tension. So instead, you have some sort of clock that's, there's an insidious gas that's slowly building up, and it starts to sap the strength of the players. And now they're clumsy 1, and after the third fight, they're now clumsy 2. That might, on the surface, seem like it's a good idea, and maybe it is. But I'm telling you, this has an outsized effect in Pathfinder 2. This is an incredibly powerful debuff that throws a lot of the tightly balanced math of this game out the window and can become extremely problematic extremely quickly. Because even losing just a few points of AC or attack bonus or reflex save or fortitude save or whatever, what have you, can have a very, very, very problematic shift on the nature of the game. And so even the players may not fully appreciate or understand. They might say, well, the thing that was a moderate is now a severe. Like, how are we supposed to know? And part of the thing is, in an old school D&D game, I might do this and not give a shit because there is no balance. The points are made up and the score doesn't matter. But in Pathfinder 2, people are making and their characters with a certain assumption that things are going to work a certain way and that their characters are going to be able to perform in a certain capacity. So now, that is not a bad idea. I kind of like this idea. Now, I saw people in the chat. I'm sorry I didn't call you out, but one of the things that Bob always talked about is when we played Dungeon Time Extreme, which was my old school hack of 5th edition, we used a sort of a tension pool. Some people have used these mechanics before, tension pools, tension dice, doom pools. And the idea was that as the characters spent time or as the characters did things that caused the alert level or whatever to bubble up, this would cause the pool to increase, which would mean that there was a greater chance of a random encounter or what have you and what have you. So that is actually not a bad option because it's still going to increase the chance that the perceived concept that the characters are going to have a random encounter, which could be potentially devastating to them from a mechanical standpoint of the game. However, where that becomes problematic is that is that really going to affect, how would that affect your character's behavior in the Pathfinder 2 dungeon? Because at the end of the day, what this is all about is how do you approach as a player the dungeon? Because all of these things here, right? Light, buffs, random encounters are sticks. Time passing is a stick designed to modify the player's behavior. What behavior is this trying to modify? It's trying to make the players spend their time wisely. It's trying to make them avoid unnecessary time wastes or time sinks, like combat, like wasting your time searching a chamber for secret doors that doesn't have secret doors, etc., etc. Now, Pathfinder 2, it's a little unclear as to the nature of how a turn resolves and how much time it takes to do things. Like, for example, and I'm legitimately asking this, if there's a good answer, I'd love to hear it. Now, remember we talked about before, in old school D&D, you can move 90 feet in 10 minutes. In Pathfinder 2, assuming you're only moving once a turn and you're taking some other action like seek or defend, you can move 1,800 feet per turn. Okay. You have a 30-foot by 50-foot room. In old school D&D, this would take approximately 15 turns or 150 minutes.
OT tipped $5. I just can't get away from Dragonbane. Anything else feels unnecessary complex. Would love to see an episode about Land of Eam. It has some cool concepts.
Ben was talking about, or no, not Ben. Ryan Dale on our Patreon was just talking about Land of Eam and was sharing some of the things from the bestiary. Dragonbane is nice, just like Shadow Dark, because it does get a very simplistic game system. There's not a lot of mechanics to it, and it just kind of focuses on the mirth and the mayhem. But there is something to be said about games that have more complexity, that they allow you to get a little bit more chewiness to them. In fact, we've even interviewed Thomas Harenstrom on the channel. He's the CEO of Free League, and we asked him, do you see Dragonbane as being a long-term game? And he kind of said no. He's like, the game, you're probably going to play for 10, 20 sessions, and then you're probably going to either make a new character or move on to some other game. So, the game is great, but it does, I think, have some structural limitations. But thank you for the tip, OT. That was very nice. So in old school D&D, that's 15 turns or 150 minutes to search this room. Okay, now this is a big room, 30 foot by 50 foot. But this is 2.5 hours to search this room, a big chance. Now, in old school D&D terms, that is, see if I can get this right here. Got to bring up my Dungeons and Dragons book here. Torch. A torch will burn for 6 turns. So that means that this is going to consume 3 torches. It means we're going to get 3 torches. Probably most of our spell buffs are going to expire. And it's going to be 7 random encounter checks. That's a high price to pay. Now, I'm legitimately curious about this. This 30-foot by 50-foot room. If you had a PF2 party enter this room, and some number of those PF2 party members were using the search exploration activity, how long would it take them to search this room? I mean, strictly speaking, right? Search is spamming the seek action. You know, you have your passive perception bonus, so you can kind of just move around the room. That would probably take you less than 18 seconds. I'm legitimately curious. Even if you're moving 30 feet using the seek action, I think the seek action is like a 15-foot or 30-foot burst or something like that. I can't exactly remember what it was, 20-foot burst. You know, you could still probably take care of this in like 9 or 10 actions. Okay, there. Okay, McClure got it right. All right. All right, yeah. Seek is a 30-foot burst, right? So, you know, does searching this room in Pathfinder 2, let's say, really overestimating it, take a minute, right? A minute? Does it take a minute? It is, but also remember, Raw, that the torch sheds dim light out to 20 feet more beyond that. And dim light does not affect your search DC, as far as I know. So technically it's, you know, and even then, you probably have Dark Vision 60, so it may not really be that important. So I'm saying that, you know, at a certain point, you know, I think at a very, very conservative estimate, I think we can all agree that it would take you 1 to 2 minutes to search this room. That's a big room. So there you go. Darth says, I missed most of the stream, but I think fully raw, you travel at like 150 per minute to check everything, which is like 1 minute. And I'm assuming there's a seek thing, but we're just saying 1 minute to 2 minutes, right? Generically. So even if we are using random encounters, searching this giant room in old school D&D took 150 minutes, and now it takes 1 minute or 2 minutes. So, you know, and so how do we get time to matter? You know, do we have to change the rules of the game somehow? You know, and the idea, Darth Gorlock, is, you know, you say it should take 1 exploration turn. Is that regardless of how big the room is? And also too, you know, the concept of the exploration turn is a little, I think, misunderstood. Yes, exactly, Nutrimancer. It's kind of whatever the GM wants, and it's kind of like a meta concept. It's not hard-coded in the way that it should, I think that it should be. It's one of those concepts they use, but they talk about if it's convenient to think about it in terms of exploration turns, you can think about it, but it's not really a thing. You know what I mean? If you read the rules, it's not really a thing. So activities in 10 minutes routines, the half speed is what you're traveling through areas you've already cleared or you're confident there's nothing. Track time, have consequences, but don't create numeric death spirals. I'm with you. Because, you know, I think that fundamentally, I think it's crazy that your character, by the way, moving cautiously and searching for traps, can move 1,800 feet in 10 minutes. I mean, that's wild. And I mean, most of these, I don't know if you've seen Abomination Vaults. We did the math. I mean, we pulled up the maps before. On the Abomination Vaults, okay, to go from the bottom of the dungeon to the top of the dungeon is like 350 feet. So you're moving 1,800 feet. You're moving 180 feet per minute. So it would take you about 2 minutes to travel from one end of the Abomination Vaults to the other side of the dungeon level. And that's assuming your character's being cautious and searching for traps and looking for treasure and looking for hidden foes. You know? Pretty crazy. I also think at least one PC, not just the player OOC, is supposed to be mapping in old D&D. Yes, there was a basic assumption that your characters were making an effort to know where they're going and explore and all this other stuff. I agree. Because, again, clearly they understood your characters could move faster than 90 feet in 10 minutes. The idea is that 90 feet in 10 minutes was a slow, methodical, deliberate pace where your characters were assumed to be alert and on the lookout and worried about death around every corner, taking opportunities to jot things down on their map, et cetera, et cetera. If your characters were literally moving full pell-mell through the dungeon, you could move much faster than that. That is absolutely true. I mean, Angry GM, that article is very old. I mean, Angry GM got to start back in 4th edition. I mean, a lot of games, even before Angry GM used that, the old Marvel superhero RPG used the Doom pool and stuff like that. Now, General Lin brings up an interesting point, which is actually something I wanted to talk about. You say if the issue is too moderate encounters, why not make them low? Okay. This is the idea that I kind of had, or at least I played around with, or at least I thought about it, which is if back-to-back moderates is an extreme encounter, and we, in theory, want to avoid those, then should our dungeon, and I'm curious, I'm talking to Pathfinder 2 players here, you know, people who are in the upper right quadrant here, if we make most of the encounters low, you know, or maybe we make them moderate to low, and then like a lot of the random encounters are low. So now what happens is if a random encounter doesn't happen, and presumably a random encounter should happen less often than it happens, otherwise it's not really random, now the fights are just completely a joke. So now, in the instance when you don't have a random encounter, you really, I mean, I cannot stress this enough, you are really just rolling dice to roll dice if you're fighting a low encounter and you have even a remote chance of knowing what you're doing in Pathfinder 2. So, apparently Mark Seifter said that. Like I said, I never read that directly, but apparently Mark Seifter said that, and the sort of some of the math. I mean, clearly, you know, 80 into 80 is different than 160. I mean, we can all agree that that is not the same thing, right? This is obviously going to be a more challenging fight, but it's the same way though. Pathfinder 2 does not make this distinction, and I often wonder myself, right? What's a PL? PL's 40, right? So a PL equal to a monster with a PL equal to PL is 40. So what's a tougher fight? 4 PLs or 1 PL plus 3? Because those are both 160. But, you know, anyways, I'm getting to the point that I am struggling with in 4th edition and Pathfinder 2nd edition. It is impossible to have interesting tactical combat and HP ablation. Maybe. I mean, I think that's what I'm trying to struggle with, you know, here too. Cyber, the longer you spend in the dungeon, the scarier the random encounter should be. They start low, then get into moderate, and eventually a random or severe could show up. The problem there, Cybersmith, not saying, I'm not being devil's advocate. I'm kind of being devil's advocate-y. I'm kind of being a jerk, but the problem there is when you do that, let's say that you have that the random encounter difficulty, right? As time T goes onward, the random encounter difficulty, let's say that it scales up, as you said. Well, we have now encouraged the players to spend as little time in the dungeon as possible. Now, the best action, the smartest action, is to, I mean, we're already going to have problems with 15-minute work days, and we haven't even really discussed this, but now you've made it even more compelling for them to do a 15-minute work day, because now they want to get out as often as they can, because if they spend more time in the dungeon, then the encounters are going to get more difficult. So the best thing to do is to go in, have an encounter or two, leave, come back later, you know? And so, you know, that's the problem there. Karamak points out the difficulty should scale down as you murder and genocide the dungeons in residence. Now, he may be being flippant, but let me just say that I basically do that in most of the dungeon type games that I'm playing, because as the players, I use, you know, I've done an entire stream on this, right, on dynamic random encounter tables, right? And the idea is that, like, if, you know, let's say it's a D100, if 40 to 55 is, you know, the goblins, and there are various random encounters with the goblins, when the party goes and wipes out the goblins, they kill the goblin chief, they drive off the warriors, I'm going to say, hey, for the time being, you know, certainly in the short term and maybe for the foreseeable future, the goblins have been driven out of this dungeon. Now, if you roll between a 40 and a 55, the result is nothing, because normally a goblin patrol would have encountered you. Now they're all dead and they've left the dungeon. And so in that sense, the dungeon does become easier, which is great, because now as players, in an old school sense, you're like, great, all these annoying fucking monsters are finally dead, and these stupid random encounters have finally been driven off, and now we can actually fucking search things and, you know, look for treasure and find secret doors and stuff, because all these dumb annoying monsters are finally fucking dead. Well, Nutrimancer, I mean, in a perfect world, right, that's what we would be doing anyways, right? That's kind of like what MMOs do, right? In MMOs, you have static monsters, but then you also have patrols, right, that move around, roaming mobs. In fact, mob stands for mobile, and it comes from old MUDs, text MUDs, where you had this idea of a mobile entity that could move around inside of the quote-unquote dungeon. So in a perfect world, that's what we would do, but I'm not a computer, and so the random encounter table is a way of simulating those physicalized monster patrols. It's why I'm fond of making the clock tension pool be narrative for the party's goal. If they quit the dungeon, the narrative goal goes boom, villain launches magical nuke, the nearby town is goal. The problem there is, if you do that, assuming the players are heroes, you're basically telling them you can't leave, right? And then you put the players in you've put a gun to their head, because you're like, well, you could leave the dungeon, but then if you do, the town's going to be wiped out and everyone's going to die because the villain's going to complete their plan. And sure, that's maybe okay, but I think that can also feel like really unfair if you go, yeah, but I'm playing a game that is designed around a certain level of balance, and if I go outside of that balance, it doesn't matter how good I am or how skilled I am or what my PC is. I cannot beat these encounters. You have put me in a no-win situation here. I either have to throw my character away by going into a fight that I have no right being in, or you've carefully designed the dungeon so that it's perfectly designed for me to be able to get just far enough to be able to kill the villain, and it works within the game's math, or I can't win, I decide to leave, and then I'm punished for doing so because you blow up the town. But, you know, well, this is why I always deal with the idea of, you know, avoiding what I call existential threats. This is a common problem that a lot of DMs have. It's a lot of problems that I've had for a long time. It's very, very, very common to want to escalate. It's very, very common to make your front bigger and more dangerous and more extreme and have more and more and more consequences, right? And make it so that the players feel that tension, because you've never assumed that they're going to, you know, actually lose. You're like, yeah, we're gonna make it so, you know, such big stakes, you know. Cybersmith, take care. Have a good day. Have a good Friday. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the insight. I think it was very useful. Thank you. Now, before, you know, he's leaving, but I agree with the optional goals that can be completed and a major goal that must be completed. Where I disagree with dungeon-based exploration is the major goal that must be completed. Because if the major goal must be completed, then you are essentially, and you're playing a game that has as tight of math as Pathfinder 2, you are basically saying, I'm either going to design this dungeon so that accomplishing this goal is achievable or not achievable. Now, maybe there's some people out there that are so fucking good at the Pathfinder 2 that they can create a specialized sequence of encounters that they're like, if the players play perfectly, they can just beat this sequence of encounters in under 90 minutes game time. But if they play subpar, they will lose. But if they do play subpar and the players, I mean, like, think about it this way. If you know that the monster on the other side of those doors is, let's say, a severe plus fight, it's the big bad of the dungeon, but maybe things have not gone your way and you made some decisions and now you're going into that fight with missing most of your spells and no focus points, and a lot of people are at wounded 1, wounded 2, and you're going in at 30 hit points, 30% hit points, 40% hit points, 50% points. I'm asking, I'm really wondering. This is a, let me pull up the poll. We haven't done a poll today. Let me pull up the Stream Ninja poll. Okay, graphical poll. Okay. Multiple choice. Retro gaming. Okay, so you're beat up and down spells, no focus points. You have wounded condition, low, like 50% or lower HP. Encounter is severe plus. Okay, are you? I'm going in. Assuming my GM will fudge. Okay. Poll is coming up. Okay, I think this is a browser. Do I have a poll for this? No, okay. Poll. Okay. You're beat up and down spells, and you have no focus points, and you have wounded 50% or lower hit points. The next encounter is severe plus. Just hit in chat a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, or a 5 for your vote. Okay. Are you going in, or are you going in assuming my GM will fudge, or I just know the dice will come up our way, or no way it's suicide, or time to start combat as warring and going around the system because I don't want to lose. So. And so this is the dilemma, right, that we have with Pathfinder 2. Because what I just described, where's 3.5 where I know the dice will screw us over? Because is there cooler loot if I do? I mean, Darth, what cooler loot is there than the gratitude of the peasants from the nearby village? But this is kind of the weird problem. Okay? Because the weird problem is that in old school D&D, you could be down to 20% hit points and go into the final fight. And you might be like, look, normally a fight makes us lose 5% to 20% of our resources, including our hit points. 20% would be a lot. But in a tough fight, we might lose 10 to 30%. So there's a pretty good chance that I might lose 20%. I'm going in at 20%. But it's not a foregone conclusion. My character is just as strong as I was when I had 100 hit points. And even though this is a tough fight, in this game, it's all about the attrition over time. And so in a weird way, you can go into that encounter with a reasonable chance of success, but also knowing that you are making a heroic decision because your character could actually reasonably die here. Whereas I'm of the opinion, as apparently so are all of you, that in Pathfinder 2, because of the way that the math is constructed, if we build a dungeon environment that can actually drain you of your resources and then set you up in a situation where, because of time pressure and a narrative goal that you don't want to lose, or maybe in Darth's case, cool loot that you don't want to lose the opportunity for, you know that there is no point going into that room because it will kill you, because that's just the way that the math works. And there's just no going around it. And I also agree with Indiana. I'm assuming it's a long-term campaign. And in fact, we've been talking about Northern Reaches. And in Northern Reaches, when you die, you're dead. Now, yes, you can spend experience and you can come back. But technically, in the game, there's not a way to get back. Now, Nutrimancer's not wrong. In D&D, you could be down to your last 5 hit points instead of 20 because of unlucky rolls or decisions, earlier trivial fights. True, luck is always a factor in these games. That is true. I mean, there is such a thing as just rolling shit. I mean, that's been part of the game for 50 years. Now, I also agree with Dan that in this context, certainly a modern context, most fights don't matter. They're just an opportunity to have your character look cool until they get to go to the next instance where they get to make a meaningful decision. And I tend to agree with that too. Now, Sweet is asking a good question as well. Is the goal here to make Pathfinder 2nd Edition work like old school D&D or make the players behave like old school dungeon crawlers? Sweet, I think the answer is both, in that I believe that I want the players to behave, or at least be motivated, like an old school dungeon crawler. And I think that that means make Pathfinder 2nd Edition work like an old school D&D. However, doing it without completely changing the rules, of the game. Nice, mind blown. Now, Karamak, I actually agree with your assessment, but what we have gained by getting this far is dungeon knowledge. Maybe we found a secret door that means the next group gets in here without reaching this point without being beat down to this point. And Karamak, that's actually a great point, and it's one of the things that really is interesting about these old school dungeons, is that as you sort of master the dungeon, you have the way to get further and further into the dungeon without having to deal with all of these, what I'll call ablationary measures. And, what I'm kind of describing here is like, quite simply, is like, imagine a situation where, here's my stylus. Imagine a situation where you have, this is the room that you want to go to, and it's got, cool treasure, but it also has big scary monster that's tough to fight. And the entrance to the dungeon is over here. And, by the time you've made it this far, the party's kind of beat up and you don't want to go fight the monster. So the next party comes in and they're like, oh, the first party took out a lot of these monsters, but we're still fighting random encounters, and those are still draining us of our resources. Now, this is a thing in old school D&D because the assumption is that you're moving at a relatively slow rate or slow pace. In Pathfinder 2nd Edition, even if this was 1,000 feet, you could still make this journey in 5 minutes. So that's a whole separate issue. But let's say that the second party found a secret door, and the secret door takes you from here to here and then to the monster's lair. And now the fourth party could just go in, take the secret door, skip all the random encounters and all the dangerous stuff, and then come in and fight the monster at relatively full strength with all of their buffs present, because they didn't have to waste time grinding through what we would call in MMOs, right, the trash mobs, in order to fight the monster and get to the end. So it's an ablative purpose over time. Listen. Now, I suppose this is the whole point of the stream's titular question. Maybe Pathfinder 2nd Edition isn't ever going to be good at OSR type dungeoneering. And Darth says, yes, I have fast travel in my Northern Reaches dungeon for that reason, to bypass the ablation, which is stolen from Torchbearer. And Darth has been playing in my Torchbearer campaign. And in Torchbearer, when your character makes a map, which involves making a check, your character can now essentially fast travel through the dungeon. And without the ability to fast travel, your character has to go room by room, and each of those rooms involves checks, and checks can involve the grind, which can eat up your character's resources. It can cause your character to become hungry and thirsty and angry and afraid and exhausted. And you want to avoid that as much as possible. And if your character had to constantly go through all of those modes, your character would never make it very far. So when you get a certain distance, you make a map, and then boom, you can you can make a map, and now you can fast travel, so you can skip that stuff that you've already sort of fight. Now, Zalin, you were correct. You were absolutely correct, Zalin. The modern 5e and the modern Pathfinder 2nd Edition player, and quite frankly, the game system, is not based around old school dungeoneering anymore. You are correct. It is now based around the cinematic. It's now based around cinematic tactical maneuvers, right? And it's whatever Draw Steel says, right? It's about tactical cinematic. Whatever. It's about, making D&D and Pathfinder 2 play out like an action movie, like Pirates of the Caribbean or The Avengers. And in fact, another stream that we'll have to do is one of the reasons why I'm disappointed with Dungeon World 2 is not because they're doing anything bad, and maybe I can read it here. I'll read from the source rather than from me, which is... who is Dungeon World 2 for? Now, original Dungeon World was the idea of taking D&D. By the way, Dungeon World came out in like 2009, 2008 or something, 2009. Is taking D&D and using the PBTA engine for D&D. And what did D&D meant? It meant, Dungeons and Dragons, of course. And it was built under that prospect. And it said, and I'm going to read this here. When we initially created our vision of Dungeon World 2, we think we started with a similar question as Dungeon World 1. How can we smash together D&D and Powered by the Apocalypse to create a game that feels like one, but plays like the other? So it feels like D&D, but it plays like the other. So it plays like Powered by the Apocalypse, but it feels like D&D. This way, it creates the kind of experiences that people want out of a D&D game in a way that is fast and easy and all the things that PBTA do that are great. We wanted to approach this sequel game, because remember, Dungeon World 2 is not Dungeon World 2nd Edition, it's Dungeon World 2. We wanted to approach this sequel game like we imagine might happen if Dungeon World itself had come out today. Dungeon World 2 is being made in 2025, and Dungeon World 1 released officially in 2012. And the general understanding of D&D has drastically shifted in that time, in that 13 years. Dungeons and Dragons, I'm skipping a paragraph here. Dungeons and Dragons exploded in a different way. It became mainstream. Stranger Things, Critical Role, and more have influenced how most people know about D&D and what they think D&D means. Where in the past, D&D was known for dungeon survival and powerful treasure, which is the theme of D&D that I am so in love with, and to me is what makes D&D D&D, and is what Dungeon World 1 was trying to emulate, and what I, in a sense, am trying to emulate here with this Pathfinder 2. Where in the past, D&D was known for dungeon survival and powerful treasure, today, D&D is known for dramatic scenes involving fantasy characters. So that's what D&D means today, according to the authors of Dungeon World 2. D&D today means drama with fantasy characters. People still play TTRPGs for many different reasons, but someone looking for a D&D experience today might mean a very different thing than it meant 20 years ago. So, the type of D&D story that we want to emulate is about a group of messy people embarking on dangerous fantasy adventures, but growing into a heroic found family. This is the central narrative of not only most D&D campaigns, but most stories in general. Yet we haven't seen any other PBTA game touch on this. Some example of touchstones are The Legends of Vox Machina, Dungeons and Dragons, Honor Among Thieves, and Guardians of the Galaxy. We want Dungeon World 2 to be the game where you can point to when someone says, I want a game that experiences what I've heard about D&D. The media that was inspired by D&D now in turn inspires us to create this new game. And that's very disappointing to me, because that's not what Dungeons & Dragons is to me. Dungeons & Dragons to me isn't about a story about messy people embarking on dangerous fantasy adventures to find heroic found family. That's what Critical Role is, you know? Cal, if you couldn't get a striking room on your weapon, but you could buy it as a day buff that would fit with what you were saying about 3.5 stuff, the +1 also. Cal, actually, I think you are spot on the money. I actually talked about this on my Shadow Dark campaign, is I like the idea of giving people these kind of buffs that last a certain amount of time. I think the issue still, Cal, is with Pathfinder 2nd Edition is how do I get time to be an appreciable thing that actually passes, given how quickly characters recover and heal, without feeling like I'm also making the game broken and pointless. Fair enough, Malkin. But anyways, going back to the dungeon. I think that also, it's not just pre-internet, Zalin. I think it's also just, you know, when we were teenagers, we had a lot more time. Yeah, we're back. Yeah, we're back. So Drama and Dragons players have ironically lost the plot in their efforts to find it. It's kind of poetic. Yes, John, I actually completely agree with you. I mean, the whole point here was that you were going on dangerous adventures of dungeon survival and fantasy adventures of, you know, and through that effort, you know, became this heroic group. Trying to create that experience artificially, I think, misses the point. So, yeah, I agree. They kind of lost the point. We should make Drama and Dragons, but make it all about dungeon crawling. That would be fucking hilarious. D&D, Dungeons and Dragons, is the game you play when you want fantasy teen drama. Drama and Dragons is the game that you play when you want hardcore dungeon crawling, monster slaying, treasure looting. Nutromancer, it is absolutely Pasión de las Pasiones, the Dungeoneering. It is absolutely that. It is absolutely Avatar, right? Avatar Legends upset people because, you know, it wasn't about bending and fighting. It was about interpersonal trauma and finding your balance among principles, which is what the game is about. I just don't think that that's what D&D is. But apparently, the people who are making Dungeon World 2 believe that that is what D&D is now. D&D is now teen fantasy drama, messy people finding their own family, right? They believe it's like Guardians of the Galaxies. Anyways, so for dungeons, for Pathfinder 2, I'm interested in from what you guys have said, because I don't want to throw the game. I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. So what I think I'm interested in doing is a couple of things. Let's start with light. Is there a way to make light a limited resource? Yes or no in Pathfinder 2? Is that even something that we should consider? Is it even worth our time? Now, some of this could be pretty heavy-handed. You know, dark vision in this dungeon is limited, you know, to 5 feet. So John says, back in my day, you had to walk 15 miles in the snow to get to the dungeon. John, exactly. We're the old men shouting at clouds at this point. We are absolutely old. All I'm saying, John, is if you want a group of messy people embarking on dangerous fantasy adventures and growing into a heroic found fantasy, why don't you go play Fate? Why is D&D being used for that? Why is D&D being used for that kind of game? It doesn't even make sense to me. All right, so first question, can we make light a thing? Vindiana says, not really. Light cantrip is too simple of a solution. Wait, there's a baby in the bathwater. We need to remove the cantrip and really cheap permanent magic light sources. And Darth, who knows a lot more about Pathfinder 2 than me, says, no, that is too much work. Why not ban continual work? Because I cannot, Jacob, because I am making a dungeon in a game with 100 players and 35 GMs. I cannot fundamentally ban things or change things just to make it work for my game. I'm really trying to see here is that if I can make enough of a rules change to my dungeon to make it interesting without making players have to literally learn a whole new system or rewrite their characters or fundamentally change the way that the whole game works. All right, now you must go to bed. My final note is that I think Paizo 3rd edition really needs to nail down the dungeon procedure. What I have found to work for me is to make all explorations take 10 minutes. Now, Malkeen, Aaron Smith of this channel in the past, and when I play, he's my dungeon master. He kind of does that. He makes all exploration activities take 10 minutes. Which is fine, but unfortunately, it does really kill any sort of fun that you get from having buffs. And I like buffs. I'm weird about this. I'm just old school in that way. And I really like, I don't know. I like being able to balance your resources and balance, you know, your stuff. But good night, buddy. You think I will like the game you are slowly cooking up? I can't ban things because, again, this isn't my campaign, right? It's I'm making this dungeon for Northern Reaches. Or I'm running this dungeon in Northern Reaches. And I can't make the torches expensive. Right. And that sounds like a lot of work. Sweet says, not worth making light a hurdle. The system is just not based on it. Yes. This is all for my NR Mega Dungeon. I mean, it's applicable, Darth, you know, anywhere. I mean, ideally, it's about thinking about, like, could you run a Pathfinder 2nd edition Mega Dungeon? Like, for example, Darth, if I did Project Shadowdeep, okay, if I did Project Shadowdeep and then there was a stretch goal to make it, you know, convert it to Pathfinder 2, would that even be worth our time, you know? Because let me tell you something. I ran Abomination Vaults for Bob and my buddy George and Smith, and we ran levels 1 through 10. We skipped level 9. It did not feel like a dungeon crawl. It did not, you know? It did not. As someone who fell in love with D&D 3rd edition, Elia says, I am contractually obligated to love excessive buff stacking. Elia, I am the same one. I fell in love. I mean, 3rd edition was not my 1st edition, but it was my it was my 3rd edition. But but between EverQuest and old school MMOs and D&D 3rd edition, I love buff stacking. Well, Twiggy, I started off this stream by saying that I've been thinking a lot about mega dungeons. I've been running dungeons for my Torchbearer campaigns. I've been running, well, one campaign with 2 different parties. And then through random happenstance, we kind of started talking about, like, what would a mega dungeon for Shadowdark look like? And also, yeah, that might be something cool to work on. And we have a separate series called Project Shadowdeep, which is the idea of, like, how would we build a mega dungeon in Shadowdark, which is a lot easier. But I have the opportunity, and I think some of the responsibility to run for Northern Reaches. I want to run a big dungeon for the players, for the people, the patrons of the Knights of Last Call, and the folks of the Northern Reaches. And I'm trying to think of solutions to the problems that I've always had with running dungeons. Now, the problem here is that this isn't my campaign. It's a communal campaign. So I can't just ban torches. I can't just ban the light cantrip. I can't just get rid of dark vision. Like I said, I could change it that in my, maybe in my dungeon, that, dark vision is limited to 5 or 10 feet. I could change that. That is something that I could probably be. But, when you start like making torches not work, or they suddenly become heavier, like that's going to like change like people's character sheets. And, I don't want to be so heavy handed with it. Yeah. I don't want to be heavy handed. I don't want to be like things chain casting darkness. I just don't think that that's worth it, personally. But to be clear, I don't really care about light or buffs or even random encounters. All of these things are simply, and I should say buffs expiring, are simply sticks to time. So what I really need is sticks to time. What can I beat people with that won't break the game, but also make it a challenge that punish the players for actually spending time? And what can I do within the context of Pathfinder 2 to make things take time? Because it's not really about light per se. Light was just a way of sort of, tracking how long the party has until they can stop adventuring, right? That is one way to do it, Vindiana. The problem with negative debuffs is that negative debuffs make a death spiral in Pathfinder 2. That's the problem. And maybe I'm overreacting. Maybe I'm being a little bitch. But my problem is that it's, it's very heavy-handed. And I find that when you start like stacking debuffs on party, the problem is D1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There is no final encounter. It's a dungeon. There is no boss. It's just a underground lair with cool treasure and places to explore and lore to find, and there's no final boss. So I can't necessarily point to a final encounter and say it's getting more difficult. Also, remember, there might be different parties because I'm running this in a multiple game, Correct. I can't make systemic changes because it's a communal campaign. So I just wish, I just don't know. I don't know. I mean, that's why it's a workshop. This was less about me giving you guys answers and more about like you guys giving me answers. Well, it's really important to me, Derek, that people have a way, because again, the problem with you're describing, Derek, is it's a very all or nothing approach. You don't think so, Darth? I have a well, like so, and I'm not knocking Darth here. Darth is easily one of the greatest GMs I've had a pleasure of meeting. When you play in one of Darth's Northern Reaches dungeons, you know, the loading page on Foundry, and Darth sends you a Google Doc of like, here's all the different rules that exist only in my part of Northern Reaches. I want to avoid that, you know, as much as possible, right? Like, you know, of most. Correct. So let's start with this assumption. This is technically a systemic change. What if in this dungeon, let's just say we included 2 changes. What if treat wounds didn't restore or didn't remove the wounded condition? And what if we included some sort of tension pool based random encounter? Now, there would be a way to remove the wounded condition, though. Per Pathfinder 2, if your character gets to full hit points and rests for 10 minutes, that resets your wounded. But the act of treat wounds itself wouldn't that won't work for your time frame of a 4 to 5 hour session with wounded. You can't ablate that much in that time. You don't think so, Darth? You don't think so? I mean, in my experience GMing Pathfinder, it was pretty common for characters to get taken down to 0. Yeah, but, you know, we'd get nuked and we'd get reduced to 0, you know? Treat wounds is still going to allow for full in that case. Yes, but only if the players decide to spend... Only if the players decide to spend 40, minutes treating wounds 4 times. And there is going to be some sort of random encounter, right? Where you're going to risk having another encounter occur while you're trying to heal everyone up to full. But now, true. Right, but time outside, well, when you say 50% of time, what do you mean? I mean, because you're still probably going to spend a good chunk of the session in combat, even if you do a lot of stuff outside of the combat. In other words, you can accomplish a lot more when you're not in combat than when you are in combat. Combat slows the game down, brutally. I don't know. I have to think about that. No, like actual time. Yeah, I mean, I think that, I don't know that there's some right magical number. Now, there's a third option, and Darth is here, so he can yell at me if this is not good. So in our game, XP does not level you up. All right? XP, you level up every 3 weeks in Northern Reaches. Everyone levels up automatically. XP is not used for leveling up. You still earn XP for playing the game, but it's not used to level up. What if there was a way when you enter the dungeon that you could spend experience points from your character or as a group to create some sort of time, time restricted, buff, essentially. So again, in our game, but sweet, I wouldn't actually have to change the system though. You know what I mean? Like, think about like in Foundry, like the players could just subtract XP from their character sheets and then drag an effect that is in Foundry onto their characters. You know what I mean? Like, they wouldn't actually become a new thing, Hey, Smendon, what's up?
Smendon tipped $5. I appreciate the time of this stream as it's just before I start for work. Hope you're looking after yourself and are able to make a full-time career of this.
Spending with people like you tipping and incredible patrons supporting me, we've grown a ton with Northern Reaches. Things are looking good. I mean, I don't expect them to keep going at this rate forever, but if I could just figure out a way to do a Kickstarter like once a year that could, maybe make $50,000 or something like that. Like, I think I could make it work. So I appreciate the support, and I appreciate the well wishes. So that's awesome. Yeah. So this is obviously an NR thing, right? Because part of this is based off of my love of 3rd edition D&D. In 3rd edition D&D, you did need experience points to level up, and part of 3rd edition D&D though is wizards would actually spend their XP, right, to make magic items. And I did that all the time. I was a wizard a lot in 3rd edition, and I would burn my experience points like you wouldn't believe for scrolls, for wands, for stuff for party members to make magical items. I loved it. So, but in our game, XP is used to kind of like unlock perks and bonuses. Like if you want if you want a second free archetype, or like if you save up a ton of XP, you can even get dual class. So it's kind of a perk currency. Just don't get level drained after making big magic items. I didn't get level drained. I got XP drained and then killed. Right, and the idea here, Darth, is that there's a series. There's a series of. I mean, the dungeon is designed to be, to take, I don't know, maybe a dozen or more sessions, right, before players can really get to what I would quote unquote call the good stuff. So there's a nice idea there of a communal progress. I really want to highlight the communal nature of the dungeon, and for people to, maybe even one of the things that one group does is unlock future XP buffs for the dungeon. The other thing is, by making it buff based instead of like just awarding, sick broken abilities, Darth, I don't have to worry about breaking or fucking up the rest of the campaign because I introduced some stupid shit in my game. Because I'm like, well, these buffs only work in this dungeon. So like you can come here and you can do this stuff, and maybe there's cool treasure and I can give cool stuff, but like, well, maybe like a lot of the stuff here is very self-referential, if you know what I mean. And so you're kind of, improving this. Okay, you did do that. Okay, cool. And I'm glad to hear that it worked, because it does feel like it would work here. I saw some stuff here. Zalin says, changing wound treatment would increase time spent per encounter recovery and create a stress for players while they calculate the risk, the time, and the reward, which is not bad. Yeah, I think it has some premise. Darth is still feeling I need to run a meat grinder. I don't know, Darth. I'd have to feel it out. I just feel like we got wounded a lot. I don't know. I feel like people in our campaign got dropped to 0 a lot. Maybe that doesn't happen in your games, but I feel like we got dropped to 0 a ton of times. Yes, we do auto level. Now XP becomes a currency. It's not a casino, and also even if it was a casino, like you still level up automatically. Will we finally see Dungeon Time Extreme? The problem with Dungeon Time Extreme is, and I've said this before, now Smith made Dungeon Time Extreme. It was completely different than what I ran. But he made a Dungeon Time Extreme document. I actually have it around here somewhere. And Smith was yelling at me and Bob like the other day because he was like, I don't know why I didn't just publish that thing. I listened to you guys, and, you know, Derek was like, well, you know, it's got some problems. And Smith's like, I should have just ignored you and published it anyways because people would have liked it. The thing that Smith was trying to do is Smith was trying to create a system that would capture the feeling of Dungeon Time Extreme, but it wasn't actually what Dungeon Time Extreme is. It's the closest analogy I can give is the song by Tenacious D, right? The best song in the world, or the greatest song in the world. What's the name of that song? Holy shit! Yes, George, exactly. This isn't Dungeon Time Extreme. This is tribute. It's tribute. That is exactly right. Holy shit! Yes. What are you doing up? It's 3 a.m, you fool. Yeah. It's like, it's that line from Tribute where he goes, and the craziest thing, my friend, is that the song we played that night sounded nothing like this song, right? It's the same exact thing. The Dungeon Time Extreme game that Smith created was absolutely nothing like the Dungeon Time Extreme game that was played. It was designed so that that if you followed the rules of his game, it would end up like this. All right, I got to move back here. Well, at this point, I have to ask what the potential payout is. Is the juice, loots and rewards, worth the squeeze, paying my XP? You know, Karamak, I mean, that's hard for me to make the decision. Honestly, Karamak, for a player like you, no. So you can pretty much call that one even. The advantage, I think, is that, like I said, because a lot of the ideas I would have would be self-referential, because I don't want to just create some broken. Look, I've been responsible for some broken things in Northern Reaches that have arguably destroyed certain parts of the game, and or at least was tacitly aware. I was at least tacitly aware of them and approved their creation. My thing would be more like, as a player, as a community, I think most of my rewards would be either narrative based, like, especially because it's me, Derek, so I have a lot more power over what can happen in Northern Reaches or not. Like maybe I create a new Discord role and give it to you for achieving some success. Or maybe you get your own emoji or you get your own sticker in the Discord. Like, there are things that I can offer that other people can't to make it kind of special and unique. And additionally, part of the fun is just like knowing you beat Derek's dungeon, and you used your XP to gain the benefit of, and you got to kill Derek's final boss, and you got, or whatever the situation is. So it's less about car op and it's less about, super builds. It's more about, the fun of just engaging with that. Sharp turns in small rooms. Speed bumps on the floor. I actually don't know that would do really well, Smendon. I wonder. Will you have time for a dozen sessions if you spend 5 months trying to fix dungeons in PF2E? Question. Well, look, I'm not looking to, it doesn't need to work perfectly. It just needs to be, there needs to be something there that the players can engage with on a realistic sense. Right. And sweet, this is what we do in NR generally anyways. Lots of adventures and lots of things that the GMs do. Unlock clocks or advanced clocks that like change the town and unlock new abilities, unlock new archetypes, unlock new ancestries, and really just change the nature of the game, change the type of characters that people can make. It's really cool. Sweet. Thanks, RX. I appreciate it. No, Nutrimancer, it's nothing like X-Crawl at all. Right. I'm so stupid. The reward will be that you get to work through your issues, and then you'll find your family, like a true D&D experience. Right. That's exactly what we're trying to do. It's encouraging sandboxing. You set your own goals. You try to accomplish them. The GMs will accommodate them, et cetera, et cetera. Maybe the dungeon should just be filled with a monster. Yes, Karamak, that literally could be part of the fun there. I don't need what is it? I don't need friends. I've got family. Absolutely. We could totally do character skins as loot. Look, if you beat this monster, Derek will make you a custom animated token, and you will get the cool Derek animated spiral swirling energy vortex token on your character. Nobody else will have that, but you'll have that. I liked Gloomhaven, but ultimately I did grow bored of it. I mean, I kind of played two. Okay, you'd have to really impress me with your play to get an anime inspired token for sure. But this is me. I like at the end of the day, sticks and carrots. I think are kind of a good option, and I think, I don't want to mess with light. I think that's too difficult. But I think if I could figure out a way to maybe create something that makes it so that there's some form of ablation. Now, Darth is saying I'd have to turn into a meat grinder. Darth, didn't you create a thing where you basically created healing surges? Like you created that a player could only heal a total amount in the dungeon equal to like their existing hit point pool or something?
Darth Glock tip $10, just showing more support for the stream. Also, you should look at my S2/SB/S3 dungeon rules. You will hate them, but they might give you some ideas.
All right, I will definitely do that. Okay. I'll definitely take a look at them. I probably won't hate them, but I probably will think that they're heavy-handed. But yeah, that is the thing right now, and Karamak is confirming that is what you did. Their net worth goes down. So I kind of did that. Just stack Doom conditions and call it a day. Well, Elia, that's what I was talking about, stacking the wounded condition. And I was basically saying that, like, if I can make it so that when your character goes down and you get back up and you have wounded 1 or wounded 2, that doesn't fuck the math up of Pathfinder 2, but it certainly makes future fights, more scary. But right now, if you get treat wounded once, it eliminates all of those. And I think if I can make it so that, and also, if I can make it so that the only way that you could get rid of that is if you heal completely to full and rest 10 minutes. And then if I disincentivize that with the thing. Now, I did that, Darth. If you remember, Darth, I did that in Rise of the Rune Lords. Right? I did that in Rise of the Rune Lords. If you go back to the episode with the haunted house, the traps did straight wounding. And they bypassed hit points because I had it at that the players couldn't treat wounds in the haunted house because it was scary or something like that. I don't exactly remember what bullshit reason I had at that time. But that's exactly what I did there. And so you're absolutely right. Because right now, traps don't do anything in Pathfinder 2, basically. Well, that did end with the Wheel of Pain. Honestly, though, it's 3 a.m. We have actually talked about bringing back Rise of the Rune Lords and finishing it. We have actually talked about that. That's the one, the misgivings. Well, that's the thing, Smendon. A lot of things I'm talking about are very minimal. But I think that they would do it. Like, I'm looking for the minimal effective dose. I'm looking for what is I get that I could do more to make it even better. And I don't need it to be perfect. I just need it to do enough that the players don't get into the worst case scenario. The worst case scenario is the players go into a room. They fight the encounter. It's a really tough encounter, or it's not a really tough encounter. But because the GM wants to make it interesting, it's a super tough encounter, which means it takes a lot longer. Because, spoiler alert, extreme fights And severe fights or extreme plus fights take a lot longer than moderate or low fights. But if I can make a moderate or low fight, which does hit point damage to the party, but then through the use of a carrot, hey, you've got this time-sensitive XP buff, or time-sensitive buff that you spent XP to earn, and a stick, I'm going to roll random encounters, which are going to eat up time and also potentially also hurt you and lower you, and are not going to generate additional XP for you in my dungeon. This will make the players be very cautious about just going, we're going to spend 50 minutes treating wounds, because it's going to eat up too much time. And so that means that more players are going to go into that next fight with potentially a wounded condition on them, or maybe even down a little bit of hit points. So I don't have to use, in theory, I don't have to use severe or extreme in fights. Sure, the first fight, the moderate fight, will be easy. The second moderate fight would be easier too, but now the player's like, hey, I'm at 30% hit points and I'm wounded 1. Can we spend a little bit of time to treat wounds? The player's like, we can spend 20 minutes. And they get treated wounds, and they're not full, but now they're at 80% and wounded 1. So when they go into that third fight, they're like, okay, if I get critically hit, I'm suddenly at wounded, I'm at dying 3. The first time I go down, I'm at dying 2. Like, if I can slowly ratchet up that tension, I don't want to just brutally murder everybody. That's not like I'm not trying to be a killer DM. So yeah. If I could tweak with that, I think I can actually do a lot. Darkest Dungeon stress mechanic, is good. I mean, Torchbearer basically does this with the grind. Again, the problem, Zalin, is that I'm trying to not affect the math of the game and create exactly, Mark Lozier, I'm trying to avoid death spirals. So, Dr. Stevel, if you fight undead and they reduce your HP, well, then the next time you fight any monster, you're more likely to lose HP. The beauty of D&D was always that even at 1 hit point, your character was just as combat effective as you were at 100 hit points. And I know that's completely unrealistic, but that is the beauty of D&D, right? Is the fact that you're pushing your luck, but you're not necessarily shitty. Like there's almost kind of a cooler, like it's almost like you almost want to make the party stronger, right? Like as they lower hit point, like, it's a desperation bonus. So now the party's like, shit, if we go into a fight, when I'm at 20% or lower hit points, I get a bonus to hit. And it's like, don't heal me. I want to stay at 20%. I'm like, I like living on the edge. That's fun. That's pushing your luck. Pushing your luck is one of the core elements that makes RPGs fun for a lot of people. And it's a fun environment. It's a fun thing that we do in life in general. Darth, that's not a terrible idea either. I don't mind that idea. Yeah. Just to make it that much easier. I don't mind that, Darth, actually. Kind of. I mean, Matt Colville's drawing from a very ancient well in that respect. I mean, he's a 4th edition guy, so he's had these problems, that we've all had when 4th edition. So, Darth, I actually like that idea a lot. Especially, Darth, if no, Darth, can't you decide to keep fighting and that could potentially kill you? But if you don't, you can either fall down, but then if you decide to keep fighting now, if you die, it's like you die for real. I can't remember exactly what the rule is. And the whole, you get your, whatever it's called, momentum, vigor, whatever the points you spend to do your cool powers, right? It's equal to the number of encounters that you've already had. But what I was going to say, Darth, is maybe the healing wells only work once per visit, presumably, your characters are only there for that day. And so as the players start learning the dungeon, they start learning where these things are, and they can use them multiple times over and over again. Yeah, once per visit. Okay, I'm with you on that. I actually like that. Maybe that's even simpler, and it definitely creates an incentive to explore Darth, which I think is really cool because, like, yeah, and maybe they don't want to tell the other players where they are or something. I don't know, you know. Okay, all right. Look, hey, if it's a good idea, it's a good idea. So I'm all for it. I have a bias against stacking Woody because I'm a GM who gets the 3 nat 1s, then 2 nat 20s dice pattern. So that increases the paranoia of catastrophe rather than steadily ramping stress because my dice are so swinging. Well, I ultimately believe in the law of large numbers. So, you know, I'm less concerned about that. You know, or yeah, you use something to allow the players to sort of, you know, right? Because I mean, the idea of my dungeon at a fundamental, at a philosophical level, I should say, is that, and I'm being very generic here, but like, right, our let's just say our party, like the community is currently level 5. All right, they will be level 5 for the next 2 weeks. But let's say I make a dungeon, and let's just say I'm building this over the next couple weeks. So let's say that there's like, and this is a very abstract, you know, imagine that these are, you know, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 20 rooms, right? Let's say that, and this is the final, you know, the big ultimate reward. Maybe this part of the dungeon is like level 6. This part of the dungeon is like level 7. This part of the dungeon is level 8. And this part of the dungeon is level 9. And technically the bottom's 10. So the idea is that the community of gamers will, over the 18 weeks, slowly kind of conquer the dungeon, right? Like, you know, room, expand, region by region, level by level. Maybe, you know, the people in level 8 are, you know, when they're, maybe they go and they fight this early, or, you know, like the idea is that as a community, you're sort of conquering the dungeon. You're like pushing the front back, you know, you're driving the dungeon back. And as the players do that, they are going to make it so that future parties, in whether they're included or not, have a better understanding of the dungeon, and they have a way to sort of, they've cleared the way for the future, the next party, with the information that they've gained or the victories they've obtained. Imagine if we have this random encounter, and let's just pretend for a moment that it's a D100 roll. Okay, just imagine it's a D100 roll, and actually I don't like D100 rolls because I don't like it being linear, but let's just say it's a 2D10 roll. And everybody knows that the 0, the 20 roll, right, is some super nasty creature, right? It's like a level 9 creature on, you know, and this is like when you're in the early part of the dungeon. It's really scary. And it's very rare that it's going to come up. You know, it's like War Mech from Final Fantasy 1 or something like that. But what if some party, maybe they don't fight it. Maybe they find something and they find a way that it's, maybe this is some like nasty undead spirit thing or something. And the party finds like this way and they like basically remove it. They kill it. They release its spirit. They complete some ritual. They find some MacGuffin that they put into some other MacGuffin, and they get to tell the other people who are going into this dungeon, hey guys, you know the Leech Colossus that everybody's been afraid of? Yeah. We dealt with that. Don't worry about it. It's no longer a thing. And everyone's like, sweet. Like, we were living in terror of that. There was a time during season 2 where Lady Valax, the giant white dragon, who had not been dealt with, was flying randomly over the northern reaches. And there was a chance with every adventure, the GM had to roll a die before they got to go to the dungeon to have a chance if this massive high-level white dragon had a random encounter with every party. So every party that left Northport and went out on their little adventure was like terrified that the GM was going to roll. And this was like a mandatory rule. They had to make this random encounter. And, eventually she got taken out, and then that was not an issue anymore. And so it's kind of that cool idea there, I'm not as big into the shifting dungeons. I don't like dungeons to be too crazy and weird and funhousey. I do think sharing knowledge is a good thing, and that there might be one-way doors or teleporting portals, but like shifting dungeons is a bit much. Also, I'm lazy, and that's a lot of work. Valak's fight was fun. Thank you. That was fun when a complete new new GM rolled the first Valak's. Yeah. It was like a completely new GM who had never really hadn't GM before, and they rolled the first Valak's roll. And, it was one of those things where sometimes there's this thing in Magic called fear of activation, where you don't actually need to use your creature's ability in order to make your opponent act differently. Just the fear of activating it is enough to keep your opponent from doing something. And it's kind of the same way. Like, even if the players know that I'm rolling 2d10, and if I roll a 0-0, they are getting essentially a party wiping encounter. Even though that's extremely rare, and it probably will never happen, the fact that they know it's there will influence them in a very fun way and subtle way. It'll always be gnawing at the back of the thing. It'll make every random encounter roll that much more terrifying. And that's what you want. And that's going to make, the time of the time pressure feel more real. Because even if most of the random encounter table is a low encounter, because I don't want to you have a random encounter after a battle, you're totally wiped because of the rules of Pathfinder 2. I don't need to do that necessarily. If the wounded conditions don't reset, if we make time pressure a thing, if it's not just a given that you're going to be able to heal up to full after every fight, then I don't need to threaten you with severes and extremes. I can threaten you with moderates and lows. And it has the advantage, by the way, that the fight should be a lot faster in theory, because you're not having to wade through hundreds of hit points. You're having to wade through, and you might say, well, that was a really easy fight. I'm only down 20% of my hit points. And everyone's like, oh, so we're going to heal to full? And they're like, maybe we shouldn't. Right? That's how the chain begins. Maybe, because what if he rolls the 0-0? And you're like, oh, what are the odds of that? And he's like, come on, what if he rolls the 0-0? We can't do that, And maybe they're right. They should just rest, because the chances of me rolling 0-0, 1%. But the fear of it coming up, the knowledge that it will eventually come up, that can be more powerful than the actual threat itself. Yep. Delicious psychological tension. Fear will keep them in line. Fear of this battle station. I now control the ultimate threat in this universe. Exactly. The threat is more scary than the actual fight. And that's what we're trying to do here, right? I'm not trying to test these people's skill in some sort of competition. I want to create certain emotions and feelings and decision points for the group of people who are going through this dungeon. And I want those choices to be interesting. And I just posit that the standard way that most people play, say, the Abomination Vaults, or even the way that the Abomination Vaults are written, is you go into a dungeon, you go into the room, you fight the encounter. It's probably moderate or severe, maybe. Your characters maybe lose most of their hit points. Maybe someone even drops. The next room is 30 feet away, 40 feet at most. The room is 20 foot by 15 foot, okay? It's 4 squares by 3 squares. The 2 large creatures in that room basically fill up every single square in the room. They're 30 feet away, but the players, there's no random encounters, there's no idea that the players sit in that room for 50 minutes. There's no light that's ever going to run out. There's no food or water that's ever going to run out. They sit there for 50 minutes. Everyone heals to full. They walk the 40 feet. They open up the door, they have the next encounter, and they keep repeating that until eventually Belcora is dead. That is how the way that Paizo has created a game / dungeon / adventure path basically plays out. And I am simply saying that is unacceptable for me. No, I never did check my mail. The problem, Kyle, is I live in a development And so my mailbox is like on the other side of like it's like down the street. So unless I happen to go that way, I don't pass my mailbox. It's not like it's on my house or something like that. It's stupid. It's very stupid. Just give me a mailbox. It's like so stupid. Anyways. Well, I think, yes, I need 3 torches to get to the mailbox. So to be clear, going back to what we originally said, our 3 time-restricted things were light, buffs, and random encounters. Well, for light, we've given up on that with Pathfinder 2. We've just accepted that you'd have to change way too much of it to even make that even remotely a thing. For buffs, Pathfinder 2 has buffs, but they're typically 1 minute and designed for a single fight, 10 minutes and they're designed for the next fight, or they're hours. I don't want to mess with that because I don't want to mess with the system too much. But what I can do is create custom buffs that are only usable inside of my dungeon and maybe only help my dungeon. And they have a time-sensitive, they have a time-restricted nature where they only last several hours, and the players are going to be very incentivized because unlike spells, which cost you nothing, these dungeon buffs will cost your character XP. And lastly, random encounters. And I think we can get away with this if healing to full isn't a foregone conclusion, and if we can make the wounded condition somehow not be easily restored through treat wounds. And we can give some sort of bullshit diegetic reason for why that is the case, but this will make random encounters scary again and reasonable. And I think we can do that and avoid, the random encounters could just, oh yes, also the random encounters give no XP. Yes, Darth, that is a given. Yes. It is literally just a drain on your time and your resources. And that's even a better reason for why the random encounters should be like low or like low plus or like, maybe moderate at most. And maybe very few of them would be like severe. Because number one, I don't want to just create a death spiral and just chain you into oblivion. But the other thing is if I'm not giving any XP from it, like I don't necessarily need it or want it to be like a full on real encounter. I just want it to maybe eat up a spell slot, eat up a focus point, do 10, 15, 20% damage, just enough to give the players like that extra incentive to, not do that, Correct. Neutromancer. Exactly. Even if it doesn't take any theoretical resources, fighting for no gain by itself could be enough of a stick. I can completely agree with you. And then, I think we, I completely agree. One of the nice things, by the way, about Torchbearer is because Torchbearer uses this abstract system of combat, you could easily make combat just be a fighter check, a single check. And people in the party can help, and they can describe how they're helping. And you could just you could basically have a random encounter where you're like, oh, a small band of goblins attacks you. It's basically a random encounter. And you're like, okay, what are you doing? You're like, well, we'll fight and drive them off. I'm like, cool, make a fighter check. We're not going to go into the full conflict mode. We're not going to use all the cards, right, and set up this whole big thing. The game is set up in such a way that you can just make a check. People in the party can help make the check or not, and then you make one single check and you move on, It does take table time, too. That is a valuable resource as well, George. You're not wrong. Again, ideally, I would like it to not take that much table time, right? How about a really slow but deadly monster the players know is there and will eventually like a Tonberry? Yeah, I mean, you could definitely play with that. I'm trying to think of exactly how I would want to play with that, though. There's something there for sure. I mean, who doesn't love a good Tonberry? And the last thing that I have to do, and this is where I need to talk to Darth, and some people were talking about this idea, is this idea of kind of cementing the dungeon exploration term, right? Like Pathfinder 2 sort of alludes to this idea of the 10-minute dungeon exploration turn. And I just think I need to kind of codify that because, I just cannot, no underground functional environment can stand players moving 1,800 feet per 10 minutes at a cautious pace. The whole dungeon concept falls apart when the players can move this fast. Now, I don't know how to explain that, or diegetically explain that, or if I even need to explain it, just ignore it. I don't know, but like it's just way too fast. You just move out of combat. You just move too fast through a dungeon you move like you're in an action movie, like, no, people in action movies move slower than that. Even they have some sense of caution. These characters are just like going like they're, going for a jog, going for a walk with the dogs through the dungeon. It's just too fast. So I think if I do that, and I think other GMs are doing that anyway, so I need to talk to them and see how they're exactly doing that. If I do that, if I implement a buff system using XP as a cost that players will actually care about, and then if I introduce some sort of like low to moderate, random encounters with the threat of a severe encounter, I think that might work. Maybe. We'll see. I don't know. We'll try it. We'll find out. Worst case scenario, they'll just play Pathfinder 2 and they'll just, kill everything. Sure. So, in Pathfinder 2, most PCs can move 25 feet. Some can move faster coming out. Most PCs will end up taking some combination of the fleet feat and the ability to gain winded back. And they'll usually end up somewhere being able to move around 40 feet with a stride action. But not everyone's going to take both of these, and some people are wearing armor. So let's just say in general that we expect that by the time characters are level 5, that most people are striding for 30 feet. And that is with a single action. Now, that means that at 30 feet in a round, in 1 minute, you move 300 feet. But, and that means that in, oh, you know what? You're right. I don't know why it's 1,800. It should be 1,500. Were we using something different? Uh, 30 feet every 6 seconds. No, okay, yeah. We're wrong. So that means you move 3,000 feet. I was off by even a more factor. Geesh. Okay, well, there you go. That's crazy. However, if I'm correct, you move at half speed if you're using certain exploration actions. Man, the new Archives of Nethys is fucking horrible. What is this? Modern menu off. Holy crap, that was terrible. Wow. I've never seen anything so terrible in my whole life. Here we go. Exploration activities. Yeah, so like avoid notice makes you move at half speed. Cover tracks makes you move at half speed. Defend makes you move at half speed. I think search makes you move at half speed. Right? So the idea is that 3,000 becomes 1,500. No, I am not. In fact, you can't actually do that. 30 feet per round is taking a single action to move. I mean, like even the search action says hey, good night, Stevel. The search action says you repeatedly seek for hidden doors, concealed hazards. You make an educated guess where to check and move at half speed. But you want to be thorough and guarantee you checked everything. You need to travel at a speed of no more than 300 feet per minute, which is 30 feet per round, or 150 feet per minute, that's a half, to ensure you check everything that you walk into it. So moving at 150 feet per minute is you traveling at a speed where you are checking every single thing. That's like you being the most cautious you could possibly be. And so that means in a dungeon exploration turn of 10 minutes, you're covering 1,500 feet. I don't know how we got to 1,800, but it's 1,500. And hell, if you took the expeditious search feat, then you can increase these maximum speeds. Jesus Christ. While searching, you can take half as long as usual to search an area. That means while exploring, you can double the speed you can move while ensuring that you are searching an area before you walk into it. If you are legendary in perception, you can search areas 4 times as faster. So, anyways, that's just too fast. I mean, that's a crazy amount of space. I mean, that's a crazy amount of distance. Cool. Good stuff. So anyways, long story short, is that people need to travel slower in a dungeon. I'm sorry, they just do. It's like you can't be moving that fast. I'm sorry. Like traveling down the country road at 300 feet per minute should not be the equivalent of, you're like, oh, well, you're in a dungeon, you move half as fast, So anyways. You are correct. They are going, well, no sweet threat. They can at no penalty, but they can go at half speed and search everything meticulously. I'm simply pointing out that in original versions of D&D, actually no sweet threat. The exploration rules specifically reference numerous times the travel locations or the travel speeds. Believe it or not. So it is the case. That's also an option, Garblag. It's abstract. We just kind of we refer to it in terms. Now, Garblag, as you may or may not be aware, like when I played Torchbearer, which is obviously a different game, but it's a game that's specifically designed around dungeon exploration. My dungeons in Torchbearer look very different in the sense that they are, very much they're basically point crawls because it's a very abstract dungeon. In fact, something like this room here, Twisting Passages, actually represent hundreds of feet of corridors, T-sections, intersections, dead ends, blocked hallways filled with debris, empty rooms. This single room, this single location on the point crawl map basically represents a ton of that. It's written right there. It says 300 feet per minute in the dungeon, or half that if you're being cautious. So 150 feet per minute. You know, it's still, again, a lot, which is 1,500 feet per turn versus old school D&D, which was 90 feet. So, you know, in old school D&D, assuming that you're trying to, you know, so let's say you've got and these are 10-foot squares, by the way. So we've got a 40-foot by 40-foot room here, and then a door, and then it's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. There's another door here. In BX D&D, okay, old school D&D, if your party had just finished up this room and you're like, okay, Derek, we're going to throw open the eastern door. And I go, you know, the light of your flickering torch illuminates a long straight passageway which heads to the east. It extends at least 40 feet, beyond which the light of your torch does not reach, even in the dim light. All right, we're going to assume our marching formation, and we're going to move eastward down the hall. Everyone, stay on alert. Thief is in front, 10-foot pole at the ready. Got it. Okay. Very well. You begin moving down the hallway, slowly and carefully. 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet. Just at the edge of your torchlight, a T-section becomes visible. What do? We're going to continue, but we're definitely going to stop short of the T-section and be extra careful. Excellent. 40 feet, 50 feet, 60 feet. You arrive at a T-section. The passageway branches to the north and to the south. At the far end of the corridor, you notice that there is a small stone basin built into the side of the wall. It is empty, and there doesn't seem to be any signs of markings or of any sort of signs of spigot or something that may have once filled the basin. The stone is simple, unworked stone. All right. We're going to look north. It heads 30 feet and ends in a doorway. We're going to avoid the basin for now, and we're going to go 30 feet to the north to the door. GM says, great. Guess what? 10 minutes in-game have just passed. You've moved 90 feet. So 10 minutes have passed, 1/6 of an hour. That's what it took to go that far. And now you're in front of the door. Full stop. So that took 10 minutes. And in Pathfinder 2, going slowly, cautiously, carefully, looking for everything, getting a seek check for every possible square that you could enter, that would have taken, I think, 18 seconds. Just saying. That's a pretty big scale difference in terms of, you know, because it's 10, 20, 30. That's one room, you know. Yeah, so it's like 90 feet. It would take 24 seconds. I don't know. Point is, it would be a very, very short period of time. But in BXD&D, that would be 10 minutes. One is way too slow. The other is way too fast. Trying to untangle all this kind of just makes... I don't want to go off on a rant here, but Shadowdark has a whole other problem that I don't think people quite fully understand or appreciate about Shadowdark, and I don't know if the rules are written badly, or I'm misunderstanding them, or people are misunderstanding them, or maybe they are understanding them correctly and it's just that silly, or anyways. But long story short, sure, yes, trying to unravel this, it's like, oh, nice, just make it... Shadowdark at least is built around the 10. 36 seconds? Okay, you did the math. All right. Thanks, Kyle. 36. So as you can see, if you're playing basic D&D and you're making a random encounter check every 2 turns, which is every 20 minutes, then by the time that your party opens this door, they discover a new room, they look around it and begin heading back down the hallway towards this turn. 20 minutes have passed, and you're making a random encounter check. In Pathfinder 2, you know, I don't know, now maybe 72 seconds have passed. So even if you're making a random encounter check every 20 minutes, it's going to be a long time before you make a random encounter check. I probably don't even reach 150 feet at home, where I know everything is, and I'm definitely not expecting any traps. Absolutely. Garblag, awesome. I'm glad you've been enjoying them. They've been a lot of fun. Now, Garblag, are you a patron? Because if you're a patron, Garblag, don't forget we've got those Saturday. You get a whole other group going through the same dungeon. Those are videos that are only available to patrons. So if you're a patron, make sure you check those out on our Patreon bonus content. Yeah, that's fair, Nutrimancer. Well, Nutrimancer, I believe basic D&D gave us this time. Looking through the basic character sheet or the basic book. Adventures, basic, light, secret door. I don't know if that was in basic or not. I thought it was in basic. Combat, defensive movement, encounters, oil, melee combat, morale, monsters. I don't remember where that was, but there's something in basic D&D where they talk about like how long it takes to search a room, and I thought maybe it's from AD&D, but it's like 1d4 turns or something like that. I think it's like a random number of terms. 30 seconds. There you go. Yeah, I mean that's definitely the case. I mean, I think that's true. Although I will say that, for people that say that that's too slow, like the 90 feet per turn, the only thing I'll say to that is, I mean, imagine moving at a snail's pace. I mean, imagine you are you are sitting there with a torch. Imagine just going into a completely unknown, hazardous, dangerous environment, and you don't even, and you have a flashlight, which is way better than a torch. I promise you'd go pretty dang slow. So I'm thinking about how slow I move in my own bedroom at night when it's dark, like you'd be moving pretty dang slow. I think one time we actually, calculated how slow that would be, but yeah. Oh, are they? If they are, that is a mistake. So it is. All right. Thank you. Adjusted. I don't know why that was public. It says up to 120 feet with a light load. Right. I'm assuming most people are going to be at medium load or more, you know? Thank you. Thank you. Right. Imagine splunking. Okay. Or imagine going into like an abandoned old hospital at night and it's pitch black and there's legitimately monsters and death traps in there. Not to mention you're looking for secret doors and treasure and clues, and you don't have a flashlight. You have a flickering torch. You know, that would be crazy. There you go. Even Beckme literally called it out. You know, agreed. I love it. And Nutrimancer, I mean, that's definitely the way our Torchbearer campaigns have gone. So, anyways, we're gonna wrap up because it's 3:30, and I think ultimately this has been productive. You guys have given me a lot to think about, and you know, I think that it does require some, you know, unique changes that you know would require couple of tweaks to Pathfinder 2, but I think it can be very clearly stated that the default assumption of Pathfinder 2 is not for this style of play. And in fact, I think it is a mistake by Pathfinder 2 to even still cling to some of these outdated concepts. I like them, I love them, but I think the game needs to move, you know, beyond it, quite frankly. And I think that it doesn't need to do this anymore. And if the people who are making Dungeon World 2 are correct, that's not even what people are coming to D&D and Pathfinder for anymore, right? They're coming to, you know, yeah. So in short, for old school players, PF2 can't dungeon, but for new players, it totally dungeons. Yes, that is absolutely correct. I think that is absolutely correct. Now that being said, I still think that there is merit in making players make difficult choices. I don't necessarily, you know, I think Pathfinder 2 is a very, you know, I've said this before. Pathfinder 2 is a very strong game. But with strength often comes brittleness. And I do think that Pathfinder 2 is a very brittle game. It's very strong, but if you strike it the wrong way, it will shatter. And so I think that you have to be very careful with what if you care about the core assumptions of the game, if you care about the balance and you care about the perception of the badness, you know, wait, what did I say? Didn't I say it's a very, I said strong. Sorry. It's a very hard game. Thank you. Okay. We're being more technical here. Yes. It's a hard game, and that comes brittleness. So, and you know, there's some games, I think, that are more like, you know, a piece of soft metal, you know, like a piece of copper. You know, you can beat on it. It's not, you know, it's not that strong. It's not, you know, it's not hard. Like you can deform it with, you know, a simple tool, but it's not going to like shatter. It might bend. It might not hold the thing up the way that you want it to. But Pathfinder 2 is like a beautiful sparkling gem. Very hard. But if you hit it the right way or you hit it the wrong way, it's going to break and it's going to shatter. It's going to shatter into like dust. So I think you have to be very careful with how you come at it, is all I'm saying, you know? That I think is the danger of Pathfinder 2. And that's why I'm very, you know, cautious with when I, you know, tell people to make changes to the game, and why I was kind of working through this thought exercises with you all, which is, you know. Quick question: do you need us to watch this on Twitch more so than on YouTube? For the moment, kind of, sort of, maybe yes. I mean, what I really need to do for Twitch is stream several times. So Like I need to stream like 5 more times on Twitch, but I do need to keep my average viewers up. So as long as I have, 10 or 15 or 20 people watching on Twitch, that's all I need for affiliate status. So as long as there's a couple people in there, yeah. I do not think Pathfinder 2 is a Prince Rupert's drop. Okay. I do not think it is going to just like with the slightest nick explode, nor do I think it is so strong that you can literally, shoot a bullet at it and the bullet will shatter. I just think, it's, It is more of a crystalline matrix than being malleable. Bronze bends and stays bent, but it is easy to bend back, right? Which we would call plastic deformation, I believe. Iron is hard and breaks. Steel is elastic. Nerd moment. I thought steel, with the addition of the carbon, actually made it harder, which made it more brittle. I thought steel was less elastic because of the carbon in the matrix. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not a metallurgist, nor am I a engineer. Oh, okay. No. Well, dang. We might be bending this. Listen, now we're just getting into metallurgy, which I've always been fascinated by. So it's elastic, huh? Interesting. Interesting. Got it. Well, right, because I'm thinking of, I'm thinking of like high carbon steel tools, which are very, very, very hard, but they're also not as, they're a little bit more brittle, I thought. But maybe anyways. It's crazy, though, that like when we're talking about carbon in iron, we're talking about like 0.7% or something, right? Like 0.5. It's like such a trivial amount. All right. I'm impressed with the group's knowledge of steel and metallurgy, okay? Interesting. Now, when you say D&D, Nutrimancer, do you mean 5th edition? Because I found 5th edition to be bulletproof. Like, I can't even stress to you how much I threw that thing through the goddamn blender and didn't give a shit about any of the rules except for roll D20, roll high, and it just kept on chugging along. So it's very interesting. Yeah. Probably 3rd edition and up. Okay. I mean, I sort of did. Wait, what are the rules for 5th edition? Like, there's no rule that says you can't throw 18 ghouls at your party. I don't understand. I do not understand people relationship with 5e. And I say this as someone who mostly skipped the edition, right? It came out, I play tested it. I went to a couple cons and I thought it was interesting. I thought at the time they were doing a modular version of the game. Monty Cook was involved. He got kicked out of the game, and we ended up getting a non-modular version of the game. We played it for a little bit. We bounced off of it. We ended up playing a lot of other games, indie games. We played some Pathfinder 1. We played a bunch of other, Earth Dawn, not Earth Dawn, 13th Age, and we played a bunch of other stuff. And we came back and played it a handful of times, and we just kind of threw stuff around and, just D20 roll high. Oh, that's a cool idea. Have advantage. And I don't know. It always just seemed to really, really work. I don't know. It isn't a rule set. It's a vibe. What is that vibe? What does that mean? I mean, you might be completely right, Smenden. I'm just literally in the dark here. Okay, I'm clueless as to what that means. Now I can believe that your adventure leagues were painful, but that's because most public games like that tend to be painful. Correct. That is okay. That 5e is about finding that family. That's what the vibe has become. Well, no, see, that's the part that bothers me so much about that. It's that's what Critical Role became, right? And then that is now become what D&D is, and I don't agree with that assessment unless that is unless that is, you tell me, you all tell me. Okay? I'm too, I have my biases. I've been too involved with this hobby for 35 years, But isn't that mostly been true for like ever? Isn't that always been true? Isn't that third edition, my third edition table was very different, from other people's third edition tables. I would think there was a lot of third-party supplements that came out for third edition and lots of different ways that you can play, Yeah, well, that is the Beowulf says the vast majority of groups I've played 5e with play it like Critical Role, and they all bond super close, so I guess that's kind of right. Yeah, exactly, Kyle. 5e was supposed to be counter-revolutionary, to 4e. 4e was the new gaming hotness, and 5e was sort of a mea culpa. We're sorry. Hey, old grognards, here's the D&D you remembered without any like clear-cut rules and very procedural gamist tech that 4E has, where everything's very clearly defined and labeled. We're going to go back to naturalistic language. Like if I bust out an AD&D manual from 1970s and you compare it to a 5th edition manual, and then we put a 4th edition manual in the beginning, you'll say that the 5th edition game book reads a lot and looks a lot more like the old 1970s D&D book, where it was just paragraphs of text with random abilities thrown randomly in the middle of them, because that's what apparently old people like. 4th edition tried to make things clear and cut, and people said, no, this isn't D&D. This is like a board game. I can understand what's going on, and this rule clearly tells me how I'm supposed to use this power, and I don't want that. I want it to be vague and undefined so that my imagination and my GM can make up some bullshit about what this can and can't do, and it could be very different from every single game, from one game to the next. That's what 5e became. Yeah, right. I think that's mostly, especially if you're making changes to it, right? As many people and most people do. The Stranger Things thing is bullshit anyways. They're fighting Juju zombies, and then he busts out Demogorgon. Like, that's insane. Like, that's not going to happen. And then he rolls a d20 for a fireball. Exactly. What are they playing? 4th edition? Maybe that's secretly it, I would say that this is part of the reason why it's so flexible. It just then puts a lot of load on the GM. Okay. Now that's interesting. What does that mean to you? And I don't just mean Tilly Hearts. I mean you as the people watching this insanely crazy, long, painful stream. Not painful in the sense that like I'm in pain, but like we're still going. What does putting a lot of work or load on the GM mean to you? What does that mean? I see. It means what I was saying. Okay, so it means like the rules aren't clear, make it up. But it's interesting because whenever you have a game that is very clear about what you're supposed to do or not, the first thing that game says, and that most people who are fans of the game say, is Rule 0, man. The rules are just a suggestion. You can just make it up. You can just go with whatever you want. You can just do whatever you want. So if that's always true, then isn't the GM's responsibility the same? You love that I'm still going? All right, respect. All right, well, that's a pretty. I could see how you could make that mistake, though. Actually, I could actually see how you could make that mistake. Well, okay. Let's put this. Let's do a poll. Okay, let's do another poll. Let's do another poll. Let's go with, okay, what kind of spell do you prefer? Okay. A spell with strictly mechanical information, a gamist, a spell that tells you how the effects interact with the environment / creatures, sim, or a spell that suggests a spell that is descriptive but not prescriptive. Okay. Okay. Poll is up. Okay, so hit 1 if you want 1, hit 2 if you want 2, and hit 3 if you want 3. And if there's clarification or things need to be clarified, you just let me know, you know. Because this is really interesting, because I feel like when people get frustrated with games that don't tell them exactly what the spell does, you end up with 4th edition or Pathfinder 2. And then people play Pathfinder 2 and they get really, really frustrated because Pathfinder 2 basically says things like, well, the produce flame cantrip can't be used. The Pathfinder 2 says the produce flame cantrip can only be used to damage opponents. It can't be used to, say, burn through a rope or burn down a curtain or, anything like that. Now, a spell that tells you how the specs interact with the environment and the creatures, Simulationist, would be more like a 3rd edition, where Produce Fire says this creates a bolt of fire, it goes 30 feet, and it does, D6 damage. But in that game, like, you're like, okay, cool, I could shoot at a rope. I know the hit points of the rope. I know the hardness of the rope. I know I could use Produce Flame cantrip with enough time to burn down a fucking house. I could use it to burn down a door. I could use it for any of those reasons. On the other hand, those two things very specifically dictate what Produce Flame does and what it doesn't do. But if it's descriptive but not prescriptive, it simply says you produce a bolt of flame from your hands. What that does is dependent upon your interpretation of the fiction. Maybe you could blind somebody with a produce flame if you shot it in front of their face. Now, the mechanics don't tell you that, because that's not what how the spell works. But that puts the onus, not just on the GM, but on the players, to think about the role of or how this fire works in the fiction, right? In the narrative. Not just necessarily how does it interact with the simulationist environment of our game engine, what are the levers and knobs that we have, nor in a gamist component of this spell is a damage spell and it only damages creatures and it does D6 damage. And we don't really treat it as fire per se. We treat it as a fire damage type. We just don't treat it as fire. But people with the 3rd type can get really frustrated because they go, yeah, but what does the spell do? And you're like, it does whatever you want it to do. It does whatever a bolt of fire could do. And you're like, that is so fucking frustrating. Tell me what the goddamn spell does. But then when people tell you what the spell does, you get frustrated because you're like, no, I want freedom to be able to have fun with it. So which is it? I don't know. This is why I get frustrated when people say stuff. Sorry, I'm just getting mad. I have a ton load on the GM. Sounds like I paid money to have something designed, and somehow I have to do a bunch of the design myself. Anyways, I mean, but isn't that the point of being the dungeon master? Is to, like, you know, do stuff and figure stuff out and have fun with it. You know. Alan says, it also puts a load of social and logistical pressure on someone who is, statistically speaking, is probably a people pleaser and who struggles with healthy boundaries. Damn. That's a deep, that's. Claudio says, I feel like rules heavy games like 3E and up are the wrong place to look for that vagueness, and the GM makes the rules up. Which is funny, Claudio, because Gary Gygax created AD&D first edition because he wanted to remove rules ambiguity and create one truth that would guide and shape the direction of the game going forward. So it is kind of funny. That is, I remember Mark saying that about the GM could be like, it's not my fault. Look what it says in the book. Yeah. Left-handed on. We're talking about the GM feel thing, or from why is 5e tough. I would say it's when the GM has to actively intervene to maintain the desired feel. Calculating CR, making rulings, choosing loot, all put a load on the GM. I guess. And I don't mean this derogatorily, okay? But does this mean that for most 5e GMs, doing something like running a Powered by the Apocalypse game or Dungeon World would be like their worst nightmare come true? A game where there are no CRs, a game where if any time a player rolls a 6 or minus, the rules text says the GM makes a move, and the GM move list is like advance your agenda according to your principles using these ideas as guidelines. Because I mean, what you're describing as the thing that people fear and want to avoid is exactly and precisely the reason I like running, say, Dungeon World and or Powered by the Apocalypse. I like it when the rules put the onus on me to resolve certain things that are otherwise unresolvable, which is really interesting. You're split between 2 and 3, Beowulf says. He's like, no, I want the fiction, but also the simulation. No. Now, Smendon, I'm going to my Discord. This is my Discord, or my Discord profile. I'm bringing up this is literally, I'm going to the PDF browser. This is literally my Discord profile. Okay. So that's right there. Rule 0 is not an excuse to cheat. I've always felt like, I'm like, oh, you're changing the rule? Okay, you're cheating. That's good stuff. Hey. Guten Tag, Christian. Or Guten Nacht for me. It's early. It's like 4 in the morning. Is that right? Guten Tag? We're on the same page, my friend. We're on the same page. I want 2 and 3 for different games. I don't want a game that can't figure out which is which. Okay. Now there is Guten Morgen. Damn it. Guten Tag is like good day, right? And Guten Nacht is good night. Guten Morgen is good morning. Got it. Okay. I did learn something the other day that in German, gloves are called Handschuhe, which literally means hand shoes, which is great. So that's interesting. I could see where 5e could be frustrating because it's trying to please everyone, and it's trying to do both at inconsistent times, or in fact, actually all three. So I could completely see that. All right, left-handed. Okay, so left hand's coming at me. I think the concept of GM moves and partial successes / tiers of success do add to GM load, but I think PBTA is more in line with how most people play 5e than raw 5e is. Interesting. And by the way, that is exactly how I ended up running Dungeon Time Extreme. So when I ran Dungeon Time Extreme, it was a heavily modified and very bullshitted version of 5e. And one of the things that we did, amongst other things, it was theater of the mind. So there was no grid. And let's say we were playing and then, you're fighting an orc and the orc's AC is 15. And you're like, and we used phased initiative from basic. It was the whole thing. And, your character swings the sword and you're like, yeah, I run up to the orc and I swing my sword and you roll and you need to roll a 9 or better or something to hit, or an 8 or better hit. And you rolled like a 7 or 6. You like almost hit, but not quite. I would never just say you missed. There were like no dice roll that resulted in nothing happening. I would be like, oh, cool. Like you connect, the orc is forced back, breaking through his line. You begin pushing him into a position with the flanking with the barbarian. And like you missed, but in my mind, like you got close. I'm not going to let you do damage, but narratively, I'm going to shift the position. I think the biggest problem I have with most RPGs is I dislike when players take actions or dice are rolled, and at the end of that resolution, the fiction that we are talking about, the shared reality that we are conjuring, has not been impacted other than, it's the next person's turn. I just, fundamentally to me, that is just so boring and so uninteresting and so unrealistic. I think that every roll, successful, unsuccessful, close, just passing, just failing, critically, should all change the fiction. And the biggest problem I have with hit points is that hit points don't change the fiction. When someone loses hit points, nothing changes. Nothing about their character changes. Nothing about the instance changes. Nothing changes. And that is really, really frustrating for me, because it's hard to role play when nothing's changing. So it's really, really, yeah, exactly. Yes, Tilly, except for the last one. The last hit point is the only hit point that matters. Up into that point, the fiction doesn't change. At least 4th edition kind of, sort of, maybe had this idea of bloodied, which was really more of a game mechanic effect. But at least fundamentally, you could maybe understand, like, oh, okay, something has changed here. And I know this is like a complete and total side rant, but like, yeah, I just find it very frustrating for me when that happens. But that's how I played 5e. Or when we played DTX, was that if like you missed but you got close, I would still let your character's attack kind of have a beneficial effect on the fiction. Maybe you didn't do damage, but maybe you destroyed his shield, right? Or maybe you pulled him out of position, you pushed him out of position. Maybe their line begins to falter. Maybe, whatever. You make an opening for your barbarian ally. And then similarly, if you missed, and again, there were no real hard and fast rules for this. Some of it was just kind of by feel. But if you missed by a lot, I might actually describe how your position is falling apart. You try to attack, the orc counterattacks, and your line begins to falter. You're pushed back. The orcs begin surging through your lines. They start reaching your hirelings and your ranger and your wizard and your cleric. And like, I'm trying that every single action with the players is updating the fiction constantly. And if you've ever played like if you ever get a chance to play a Theater of the Mind game with me at some point, you'll see that what I'm constantly doing is I'm repeating myself. And what I'm doing is every time I repeat myself, I'm like adding to the fiction. Like I'll be like, okay, so you attacked, but the orc charged in with his shield raised and you bounce back and you get pushed back. And then it's like the barbarian's turn. I'm like, okay, barbarian, the fighter's being pushed back. The orc is surging forward. 2 of his buddies are coming in behind. Like, what do you do? And the barbarian's like, I'm going to dive in there and cut them off. I'm like, okay. The barbarian does his thing. And I'm like, okay, the fighter charged forward, the orc pushed him back, the barbarian cut in behind him, right? I'm always kind of like appending to the fiction so that people can, they're forced to basically keep reliving the same moment over and over and over again. It's like we're structuring together the story of this combat, the fiction of this combat, by repeating what's happened, but adding the more recent thing to it. But what I found that does is it gets everybody on the same page. They start to envision and imagine the exact story or fiction of the combat that is occurring here. Well, Critical Role could play any system. They don't just have to play 5e. I mean, they could be playing Lasers and Feelings, and I think it would be fine. The game isn't what's drawing people. The game of 5e is not why people watch Critical Role. That's the biggest, lie, and the biggest hoodwink of all time. Stefano, that is so true. Stefano said, unfortunately, PBTA games are hard to convey. I've seen many try to embrace PBTA, only to end up playing D&D with 2d6. I have seen that more times than I can possibly imagine. And it always ends up the same, badly. And then people go, this game sucks. You know what solves this? Hackmaster. True. Hackmaster does solve this problem. You want me to GM Genesis Realms of Terranoth? I am a fan of the Realms of Terranoth, only because that originated, in the Descent board game. And I do love the Descent board game. Well, I love 1st edition and I love 2nd edition. I do not love 3rd edition. Oh, is it really? They put Bloodied into 5e? Interesting. No, I do not, actually. But again, I do like the realm. I mean, I like the narrative and the fiction of it. What would be the first thing I would change in a possible Pathfinder 3rd edition? Well, if it was me, I would get rid of all the classes and I would make archetypes more of a structural thing, and I would have main chassis. I would have one chassis that's based around getting, Kyle knows what's up. I would get rid of classes. Yes. I would get rid of classes and I would lean into archetypes. You were right on the money. I would have 3 basic core archetypes of class. And one would be based off of getting to legendary proficiency in weapons. Another would be based off of getting a master proficiency in weapons. And another would be based off of getting to expert proficiency with weapons. I'd probably use half level instead of full level. I would really consider what we're doing with ourselves with, skill feats and most of the general feats. I'd probably get rid of Vancian magic. I would not get rid of levels. I think that those are, important to the games. I would definitely bring in monster rolls. Could I get rid of initiative? You could maybe get away with doing like popcorn initiative or something like that. You'd have a warrior class, an expert class, and an adept class, or a spellcasting class, or a mage class, or call it whatever you want to call it. And then you would those are the core chassis that would define the base math of your class, of your progression. And then everything else would just be modules that you would plug in to sort of expand your creature. But that would not be Pathfinder 3. I mean, Pathfinder 2 is pretty different from Pathfinder 1 when you really think about it. Look, I love Vancian magic as much as the next guy, but I only like Vancian magic in a game system that is strategic, not tactical, strategic, and gets rid of and has like combat as war. So, no, what were we gonna call it? Because people were like, Derek needs to do a KOLC version of PF2, and we were gonna call it something. It's like Trailblazer or something. I can't. Well, Nightfinder was the joke, but we actually had a name for it. It was like Pathfinder. It was like, I don't remember what it was. like Wayseeker. Maybe it was like Wayseeker or Trailblazer, Trail Seeker. It was something like that. It was basically Pathfinder, but using different words. Yeah, like that is the litmus test of all litmus tests, Stefano. And the reason I know that is the litmus test of all litmus tests, okay, is when you play Torchbearer, which is, very much an old school, get your dungeon on type game. There is a spell that is called like Ethereal Disc, and all it does is give you 12 extra slots of inventory. And everybody that has been playing my Torchbearer game is like, oh my god, that would be so amazing to be able to have 12 slots of inventory that we could just carry, And like that's how you know that's when Fantasy and Magic makes sense. Went back to 4E because of your streams. And I have to say it's the better PF2 for me, to be honest. No offense. Oh, well, no, that's totally fine. I think 4E is a great game. I think there's some things that 4E does that it does a lot better than Pathfinder 2. I'm not a big fan of multi-classing in 4th edition, and I think you're too tied to your class. I do like the flexibility of the Pathfinder 2 archetype system, so I do like that. But yeah. Oh man, hello Europe. See, this is what happens when I don't have a job. I can stream till 4 a.m. By the way, I am going to be doing some streams starting at 4 a.m. Vin, our good buddy from Australia, is going to be streaming with me, and he lives in Australia, in Sydney, and obviously he doesn't get on till 4 or 5 a.m. my time. And so because I don't have to work, we're actually going to be doing some streams where I'm going to either sleep in or get up early, and we're going to start streaming at like 4 a.m. So yes, those will be UK friendly. Obviously 4 a.m. here is like, whatever, 10, 11 over there in Europe. I need to get back to Europe. Honestly, I'm so mad that I lost my job because I was like literally looking at flights to the UK, particularly Scotland. I'd really love to go to like northern England, Scotland, and London would be cool, but I don't know. There's something about the north of England, Scotland that is just crazy, and that I'd love to go to. And Italy is on my list as well, Stefano. I've been to France and Spain. I've been to Belgium. I've been to Austria, the Czech Republic, Slovenia. I've never been anywhere like Norway, Finland. I've never been to the UK. All right. Take good care, man. My journey was 5E, then Pathfinder 2, then Forbidden Lands, and now 4E, all with the same people. That's sick. If Forbidden Lands was fun, I mean, I have some things that I would change about that, but that's just from my own pick, me being picky. But the Reforged stuff was great. So yeah, I'd love to get up there. But anyways, now I have the time to go, but probably not the money. Can you imagine? I mean, I've done live streams from the middle of the ocean, right? You guys were there for that when I did my live stream from the middle of the ocean. And as a result, can you imagine me doing like a live stream from like a real freaking castle? That would be sweet. You wrote a Foundry model with everything that you said you would change in FL. Hey, to be clear, Beowulf, who I don't even think played Forbidden Lands, is right, Beowulf? I think you're the creator of what I consider to be the best Forbidden Lands house rule, right? Take care, Zalin, or Zalen. Yes, okay. Beowulf is the one who created the D6 water, D8 food, D10 torch, D12 arrow limit. Instead of it all just being straight to D12s, Beowulf's house rule was that the max water was D6, the max food was D8, the max torch was D10, and the max arrows was D12. My change to that change is that I think that use D6s for everything. Okay. My change to that change is I think that when you roll a 1 or a 2 on the D6, that instead of going to nothing, I don't want it to go to D4. That's just more bookkeeping. But instead of going to nothing, when you roll a 1 or a 2 on the D6, I want it to go to 1. I think the mentality of knowing that you have 1 torch left, that you have 1 ration left, that you have 1 arrow left. I think that's really, really, really cool, because the quantum realm becomes deterministic, and there's something about knowing that you only have 1 day of food left or 1 day of water left that I think is really fun for that style of play. And so that would be my change. I would say max D12 arrows, D10 food, or D10 torches, D8 food, D6 water, and then if you roll a 1 or a 2, instead of going away, it goes to 1. Lollipop. That's exactly the moment, right, where you're pulling back from your arrows and you're running out, but it's a quantum amount because it's just rolling a D6, and then you reach back and you pull out your arrow, and then you roll that 1 or 2, and then there's 1 left. Like that is chef's kiss. Yeah, let's see here. Like there is, and this is a 1-week trip in the next 6 months. Like there's a flight to Edinburgh for like $600 round trip. I have no idea when or where, but like that's like so doable. There's a flight to London for $580. Dublin for $550. Like that's so doable. They're not. I don't think they're appropriate for PF2 or D&D. I think that they're really fun in Forbidden Lands, but I mean, the very first critical injury we got, Christian Wagner, was somebody rolled a 66 and they got killed. Take care, Nutrimancer. I gotta dip off too. This is going way longer than I ever expected it to. But you guys are so awesome, and I love having fun with you guys and chatting with you guys. And hey, guess what? I get to make a character later today. I get to make a character for Smith's Pathfinder 2, Starfinder 2 mix-up campaign, and I have no idea what I'm going to make. What should I make? My last camp character was a cleric, a halfling cleric of Saren Ray, and a human fighter who was raised by gnomes. I'd rather stab myself in the face multiple times. That's awesome. Now, a Leshy Ranger, come on. Why would I do this to myself? Now, granted, I mean, Smith, Smith changed some stuff up because it's Smith, and he's got to do some stuff here. Let's see here. He's adding Mythic. Add AK because he had his original primer document, and then he created like an errata document to his primer document. There is a reason the Pop-It one-shot was so popular. Yes, because it was painful for me as possible. I'm not sure which was. No, the Pop-It was more painful for me than the. Although it was, although Donnie getting that crit with the pick, the dire pick or whatever on Santa Claus, and getting 150 damage and filling in the bingo, that was a sweet moment. I'm there for that. Okay, here we go. At character creation, you are free to choose any ancestry, heritage, background, and class from basically anything from Battle Zoo Bestiary, PF2, or Starfinder 2. I'll explain how this interacts with the narrative for the moment, but I do want to cover gameplay first. Smith had something about like traditions and plot lore change. I don't, Smith. And we're going to be using Fabula, Ultima, Surrender, Die rules. This is a great line from Smith. All right. It says death. Update here, though, in similar spirit. There will be 3 options when you get dropped, meaning when you die. Die, I felt it was important to leave this one in since I always consider it an option. Surrender, you're taken out cold. and you're out of the encounter. Narrative consequences can occur, and of course, general tomfoolery. And then rally, and it says, you take an injury with a capital I. And then it says, oh boy, here Smith goes again. And are restored to 50% hit points. Incapacitation effects are removed/delayed, and you stand back up. So he basically, I think, ended up, instead of going with the sacrifice, he ended up kind of going with like the draw steel approach. I mean, to be fair, it's Smith. Like, he's done this before. He actually stole this from, not stole it, but he had a campaign where this was the thing, but I think he took it from like Guild Wars 2. To be fair, maybe Draw Steel took it from Guild Wars 2. I mean, you know, like I said, I mean, oh, there it is. I mean, some of Smith's previous campaigns, he literally published and got it bound in a book. You know, this is like the campaign world, the lore, the rules changes. You know, obviously, you know, full of art and layout and all sorts of rules updates and rules changes. This was for Pathfinder 1. You know, this is we added like a whole downtime system to Pathfinder 1, and yeah, Smith goes all out when he makes a campaign. He made merch for it. We have shirts and stuff like that. No, we played it for like 2 months. Yeah. And then Smith was like, "Yeah, I over-engineered it." You know, maybe someday, you know, we can have a Kickstarter and it's just like everything Smith wrote. It's crazy. We've looked at them before. I mean, it's late. I do need to go to sleep so I can go actually wake up and go to this session tomorrow. Here, you want to see the real tragedy? You want to see the real tragedy? Here's the real tragedy. This is the real tragedy. The real tragedy is that these are the next 10 Fridays when our group can get together. It's me and Smith and Bob and Tim and our buddies George and Kaz. And so there's 6 of us. And the dots are how many people can't make that session. And the green means that everyone can make it. And the light green means that at least for one person, they can make it, but it's not a great day. Like they might be able to make it. Well, now everyone has filled it out. So now that everyone has filled it out, there are only 2 days in the next 10 weeks. And one of those days is a maybe where everyone can make it. That sucks. Oh, it's so unfortunate. You know, it's tough. It's tough. It's tough. I don't know what to tell you. Pretty sure June 20th. I think that's Origins. That's why we're all out. Basically that day. It sure does. It sure does get in the way, and it's annoying. But you know, I mean, 4 of my friend group are like, you know, married, have kids, you know, like it's the summertime. It's just tough, you know, it's just tough. But, let's see here. The world is post-apocalyptic, thousands of years after a brutal war to end all war. This war had every sci-fi fucked up world-ending situation occur at the same time. Clusterfuck or unreliable narrator will figure it out together. This means nukes, biochem, nanobots, AI rampages, diseases, plagues, zombies, the whole thing. This actually killed off most of the humans because which one of the many ones that didn't die became stock for endless mutations. There are also other races, more or less, blah, 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 blah. This is why we can be every single fucked up, you know, thing. Wake up, Twitch chat. Wait, is Twitch chat down? It's 4:30 in the morning here. Well, it's just the way it is. It's just the way it is. Anyways, it'll be interesting. We'll see what other people. You know me. I'm very open-minded, and I actually don't like choosing characters. I'd rather roll randomly if there's a way to do that. But Smith's got some stuff in here. Custom options, dual classing, free archetype, Paragon Ancestry, Mythic Tier. I do know that he made some changes because he felt like he was kind of just taking the cool ideas that we had from our Fabula Ultima game and kind of stealing them. There's definitely a Gamma World vibe, Beowulf. There's definitely a Gamma World vibe. But I mean, Gamma World, right, is kind of fantasy plus sci-fi, right? No, Smendon, I have not. I've not done Genesis. I've not done my version of Genesis that I know is Warhammer Fantasy 3rd Edition. But I never played Genesis. I never played the Star Wars game either. So, the birds are chirping. I also thought I heard some thunder. Let's take a look. We have some rain coming in. Oh, yeah, there's some storms coming in. Let's see if we're going to get hit. Yeah, a little bit of rain here in the next 20, 30 minutes. I mean, Smith is most of the campaigns that I've played with Smith have ended us fighting a god in space. For sure. Oh, man. The good news is I don't really have anything to do today other than play Pathfinder 2 later, make a character. So, should be good. Oh, we're also going to be doing like zone-based combat, kind of quasi-theater of the mind. It's going to be really interesting. Just because we play with somebody who's remote, and it'll be interesting. Ooh, look at this. Another cross hack here. He says, anathemas here are not designed to be punishing. They will work similar to prides from Forbidden Lands. The idea is that you can choose to violate an anathema, and doing so will award you a deed, but you must now clear your edict and anathema for that path, and you'll pick a new one. You have to acquire deeds to advance in a path. I'm not sure what the path is. I have to look this up. Anyways, it's a whole new thing. Dark Secrets, I think the game makes them seem too silly and stupid, but I do love the pride rule. Oh, Smendon, I love proprietary dice. That's a bonus in my world. I love proprietary dice. Legend of the Five Rings Fantasy Flight Games, which is like a lesser version of Genesis, right? Love it. Fantastic. The original Warhammer, there were too many, I will admit. There were too many dice with like the boons, the banes, the super boons, the super banes, the challenge dice, the proficiency dice, the skill dice. It was too much, the attribute dice. But I love proprietary dice. Dark Secrets were weird. Dark Secrets, I think, could have been handled better, and I didn't like how they were handled. Like, some of the Dark Secrets, even in the examples they gave in the book, were like, you secretly like rolling around in the mud. It's like, really? That's kind of stupid. Like, I just felt like they were not handled great, and I think they could have been handled better. Definitely one of the things that I would change. Yeah, the examples were absolutely terrible. And, of course, the other thing that I really want to change with Forbidden Lands, right, is to completely replace the willpower system with my willpower system and then include the despair track and, yeah, that whole thing. Because I think that's cool. All right, folks. This epic stream is over for realsies. I just want to say thank you so much, everybody. This has been incredible. Oh, you're using my willpower system. Ooh. Well, that's hot fire. All right, sick. Now, do you like? All right. To be continued, Christian. I want to thank everybody for. So does Pathfinder 2 E-Dungeon, and I think it was answered earlier when someone said, if you're an old school player looking for a truly, old school approach to dungeon delving, no. It really doesn't. The game is not designed for that sort of ablative hit point system. The light generation, the ease of food, water, torches, it's just not a thing. There's no fighting against the time. Most of the adventures in the game system don't really support random encounters, and even the math of the game kind of falls apart in the face of random encounters. Not to say nothing of encountering monsters that are very easy or very weak. There's no sense of a really stupid low encounter is no point in Pathfinder 2 if you can just heal to full afterwards. That being said, if you're new to the game, you know, you may be like, oh, there's danger lurking around every corner. We can't treat wounds, even though you totally can treat wounds. And so there can feel like there's an opportunity to experience some of that tension. But I think if you make some changes, and to be fair, some of these changes I can get away with because of Northern Reaches, and I can use things like spending your XP to gain buffs and then catching you on time. I think I can make it work. Again, I don't need to make it perfect. I just need to make it better. I would say that core Pathfinder 2 does dungeons at like a C-, maybe like a D+, right? If you really are looking closely at it. I think with some tweaks that don't like completely require players to completely rebuild their characters, I think I could get it to like a B. So, or maybe like a B-, and I would be okay with that. I think that's totally reasonable. It's not the perfect game for it, but I think it'll be enough to assuage me and let people play Pathfinder 2 and have their experience. So I think that'd be cool. Well, thank you, Garblag. I appreciate you being able to hang out. And again, we're going to have some more EU-friendly streams here. Now that I'm getting used to my new schedule and trying to figure out what I want to do with the channel. Certainly, you guys have been amazing and supportive and awesome. And I don't know, maybe there's a world where I do this instead of go and get another job. And we could have, some EU-friendly streams, maybe not every week, but maybe like a couple times a month. Just because it does involve me staying up kind of late or getting on early. But, a noontime stream for me would be like an evening stream for you all. And so that would be pretty cool. So we could do that sometimes too. There you go. Perhaps that is the case. Shared dream, my friend. Oh yes, that would be the dream. Again, I don't want to turn this though. This has always been fun for me. I just like talking about games. I joke, it's not actually a joke, that I just used to talk about role-playing games all the time anyways. I would just talk to them online with my friends. Well, all my friends got married and had kids, and I can't really talk to them online anymore because they have to go to bed and be responsible adults and all this other stuff. So this is just the conversations I want to be having anyways, and now I just get to have them all with you and with my patrons on my Discord. And, so it's for me, it's a fun, you are benefiting me as much as hopefully I'm benefiting you. So, time to find more friends. Well, Tilly, that's what all of you are for. No, I don't, it's cool. I get to meet, patrons at, Origins is coming up in the US here. We're going to go Origins Game Fair. There's going to be probably 25 or 20 people from Knights that are going to be there. It's going to be really cool. It's going to be exciting. Looking forward to it. So that's going to wrap it up for me. Thanks everybody for following me on Twitch if you're not already doing that, and for following me here. If you're a patron, I just love you so much. Not only are you guys giving me hope of the future, but also, in the time being, I was able to lose my job and not completely break down and have a complete heart attack and breakdown, because I do have a source of income that I can rely on, and that is my monthly Patreon subscribers. So thank you so much for that. Thank you to an incredible list of people who came out tonight to support this stream. We've got Cybersmith, Darth Gorlock, Cybersmith, Jack Elridge, Junderland, Cybersmith again, Ikamos, Calderic, OT, John Bonanza, Smenden, Darth Gorlock. Just an incredible list of people tonight, supporting the channel, and I am super, 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 super thankful for that, and super thankful for all of you. So, if you haven't already, check us out on Twitch, twitch.tv/Knights of Last Call. Give us a follow over there. My hope is that we can become an affiliate on Twitch. And when we do that, if you have Amazon Prime and you're not currently using your Twitch Prime sub, once we become an affiliate member, I would love if you would go over there and give me your Twitch Prime sub. If you're not spending it somewhere else, but it's a cool way. I know a lot of people who would love to support the channel, but money's tight, and even $3 or $5 or $10 is not nothing. But this is nothing out of your pocket. It's just out of Jeff Bezos's pocket. So hopefully once we get affiliate status over there, Maybe if you would be so gracious to spend the couple minutes to give me that each month, I would really be appreciative of it. Will Twitch have a VOD over there too? I don't know if Twitch VODs actually. Like someone said that it used to, but then they kind of got rid of it because they're like, that's not what it is. That's not what it's for. So the VODs will always be here at least. But, people can do their clips and stuff. And so maybe like people will actually, start building up cool clips because Twitch does that a lot better than YouTube does, where like people find cool moments, funny moments, insightful moments, probably me being tilted moments. And then you can clip them and then they stay on the stream or they stay on the channel. But yeah, so yeah, somebody said that it goes, it's there, but then it goes away. Alrighty. All right, everybody. Well, thank you so very much. And I'll probably be back on. So Saturday I have my Torchbearer game with the Saturday crew. And so we'll probably do a Sunday stream. So good to know, Smendon. That's interesting. If you clip from Twitch and then posted YouTube reels, YouTube throttles them. All right. Well, I'm bad at all this anyway, so we'll probably be back Sunday. Next week we'll be back Tuesday and Thursday. The following week we may be kind of weird because I'm going to PAX East to work the Roll for Combat booth for Glicker. But maybe I will do a live stream from PAX, from Boston. I'll bring my gear and maybe we can do a live stream and I can get Glicker on and we can have fun that way. So, all right, everybody. Thanks again so much to just the incredible support and love you all and hope you have a great weekend. I'm looking forward to making a character. It should be a blast. I'll see you next time on Knights of Last Call.